Good morning, my lovely friends. Welcome to Sewing Street. I'm Stuart Hillard, and I am surrounded by gorgeousness this morning. Gorgeous people, gorgeous quilts, gorgeous dressmaking, and gorgeous you. Thanks for joining me. Yes, you. Yes, you. It's also National Chocolate Souffle Day, so I mean there's everything to be excited for today. Now I've got an amazing early bird, so let's leap straight in. Both feet from a height. It's from Creative Grids. Need I say more? Creative Grids we love, and it's so often we see a ruler and think, oh, I wish there was a little... Today's the day. It's the Itty Bitty 8th rectangle XL. Now this is an 8-inch wide by 24-inch ruler. So first off, amazing size, so useful to have in your workshop, in your sewing room. A big ruler, great for borders, great for bag makers, great for cutting strips and squares. However, what you've also got, the added benefit of the Itty Bitty 8th ruler is that those markings that we so often need and want when we're cutting our 2 7/8 of an inch squares for half square triangles or whatever we need, is that those markings aren't on the ruler. On the Itty Bitty 8s, they are. So although you've got your main inches and half inches and quarter inches marked, you've also got very, very clearly delineated your 8ths marks as well. Now my top tip is when you're using any ruler, including this one, if you've got something you're cutting a lot of, grab some washi tape, line it up on the ruler exactly where you want to cut, so you immediately go back to the mark, But having those 8ths of an inch marked on the ruler is super useful. Now its regular price is £29.99. Worth every penny. This is Creative Grids. It's covered in non-slip dots on the back so that your fabric stays put, your ruler stays put on top of your fabric. You don't get those missed cuts, you don't slip and end up with fabric spaghetti. Now we've never crashed this. We don't with Creative Grids, we don't need to because they're wonderful and we love them. But today, hey, it's National Chocolate Souffle Day. £10 off, under £20 for the first time ever. This is for the first time ever. That's a third off the price. You can do the maths, right? It's a third off the price. That's an amazing price drop. It's under £20. Now, this is a great opportunity to get it 8 inches wide, 24 inches long, which also means that it's terrific if you're cutting those larger, wider borders. It's always useful, you know, I mean, yeah, you can turn your ruler on the side and cut incrementally, but I think so much easier if you've just got a nice wide, long ruler. Also, of course, long rulers, really good for cutting strips and, I'm going to drop a little word in, strings. Strips and strings. Strings, you say, more of that in just a second. You might have noticed a little something gorgeous hanging behind me. Now, almost half the stock is already gone. Almost half the stock's already gone. Loads flying into baskets. This is an amazing deal. You're saving a third on the price. Normal price £29.99. We've dropped £10 off, £19.99 for this. Do we have a price comparison, Ben? Let's have a look for a price comparison. I think it's always worth seeing because, you know, I know this is a terrible thought, but quite a lot of people don't know about Sewing Street. And I think if you didn't know about Sewing Street, what would you do? You'd jump on Google. You'd probably go to the Long River. And I'll be honest with you, especially in the past, I've thought, okay, well, that must be the price it is. And just bought it. And I think to myself, oh, I get free postage, so I'll just, you know. But actually, this is amazingly competitive. And yesterday, if you bought this ruler, you would have paid £29.99. If we have any left at midnight tonight, you'll pay £29.99. Creative Grids website. Oh, there's a saving. £29.94. 5 pence cheaper than our regular price. But look, their postage is more than ours. £19.99 today here on Sewing Street. Absolutely brilliant. Absolutely flying. Now, remember that with creative grids, you have these non-slip dots. They're about the size of a bit bigger than, but maybe a 10-pence piece, all across the back, which means that they will grip the fabric to stop that slip, especially as you're pushing along with your rotary ruler. Now still move your hand along, cut, move your hand along and continue to cut. But you've got all those grippy dots on the back, which make cutting a much safer, much more accurate task. You've also got all of those regular marks, the inch, the quarter, the half, the 3/4, but you've got the addition of 1/8 of an inch marks as well, which makes cutting those. I mean, and how often do we cut 2 7/8, 3 7/8 for half square triangles? Such a useful thing. Now, don't forget as well, with all Creative Grids rulers, there are always instructional videos. Go to the Creative Grids YouTube channel. You can watch videos, get tips and tricks and ideas to get more use out of your ruler, even more value. Now, how can you buy? Let's go to the website. We've got a phone line, of course, 0800 001 4433. That's our UK-based customer service line. They're in the building with us. They're wonderful people. But if you want to jump to the web, www.sewingstreet.com, click on Watch Live, and that will take Easter makes. It must be nearly spring. Click on Watch Live, and then you can watch us live. You can message the studio. Yes. If you scroll down, you'll see our early bird. You'll see what's coming up on today's shows. You will also see later a column that says today's show deals, which is everything that's already been on air. Look at all those fabulous books by one Carolyn Forster, including, stop right there, the brand new launch of String Quilts by Carolyn Forster. This is going to blow your socks off. It is such a thing of beauty. I want to make everything in the book now. Look at this quilt. Look at that. How fabulous. How beautiful. Essentially made from scraps, from strings, from those little bits of fabric that you might look at and think, what could I ever do with that? You could make a beautiful project from Carolyn's brand new book. We've also got Quilters Calico. We've got fabulous fabrics, of course. Another great pattern from Carolyn there with templates, with plastic templates, rotary cutting. We've also got fabulous dressmaking today. Look, Augusta Shirt. We've got interfacing. We've got fabulous fabric bundles. Do have a look at the website. Now, I think probably at this point I should mention the menu. Let's see what we've actually got coming up today. So first off, it is the exclusive launch of Carolyn Forster's brand new book. It's String Quilts. It's so beautiful. Now, after that, we've got at 9 o'clock the Augusta Shirt and Dress by Grainline Studio with the fabulous Rebecca Harrison. At 10 o'clock, dressmaking tools. At 11 o'clock, Rebecca Harrison is back with the Sussex Seamstress Rottingdean Blouse. And then at 12 o'clock, another super exciting launch. It's the West Yorkshire Spinners ColourLab Sock Yarn. It's a DK. It's a DK in 6 fabulous colours, and I'll be joined by Winwick Mum, who I'm excited about because I've never actually met her. So that's going to be gorgeous. Now, we are going to take slight liberties with the timings this morning. Okay. So we're gonna have a little bit more time with Carolyn, a little bit more time with Rebecca, a little bit less time on dressmaking tools at 10. That will start a little late, but 11 o'clock we'll be straight back with Rebecca. So keep that in mind if you want to put the kettle on. Now, we're not eating into anyone's hour. We're going to enjoy and celebrate. Carolyn, welcome to Sewing Street.
Thank you, Stuart. Really nice to be with you.
I've been excited for days.
Have you?
I have, and I know you have too, because this is the brand new launch of your brand new book, String Quilts. I've had a look through this morning. Truly, it is utterly beautiful. It is beautifully made and crafted. The photography is mouth-watering. The projects are so desirable, and they use scraps. Carolyn, I'm going to pop the book down there. Let's have a little dive in, shall we? dive in.
Oh, what do I do? What do I do?
Let's have a flick.
Oh,
Tell me about the book.
never flicked
Tell me
in
about the book.
real life.
Slower than that, Carolyn.
Okay,
Slower than that.
I've only ever done it like edited video.
Do you want me to demonstrate? I've done
Yeah,
this.
you demonstrate. You
I'll show
do
you.
that. You're here for a reason.
Look. Beautiful.
And don't ask me how many projects, because this morning you asked me, and
You
I'm
said
like,
loads.
I said loads. Too many. Too many. We had to. Oh, look.
I love your dedication.
Yeah, for people who want to make something out of nothing. And that's what
Absolutely.
we do.
Yeah, yeah. So, for anyone who doesn't know, what is a string quilt? What is a string?
Right, a string, for those of you who probably might know me a little bit, know that I'm like a bit of a nerd about the techniques and about the history. And I've always really liked scrap quilts, and there is a sort of a certain sort of scrap quilt that use all the bits that you would literally just toss in the bin. So a string is, if I show you, because I've got some here, it's when we're evening up our fabric to start stitching, to start cutting and measuring, we find that you have bits like this left over, and generally they're going to be fatter one end and thinner the other.
For sure.
And technically, that's a string. So all the quilts and all the projects historically would be made out of literally the bits that you're going to throw away. And there's lots of little like anecdotes about why it's called a string. Is it like an apron string? Is it? And a lot of it's come from dressmaking as well, because you get lots of odd shapes. But for us as quilters, if you've ever evened off your fabric to start sewing, to start cutting, then these are the bits that you toss, and now these are the bits you have to keep.
These are the bits you want, actively collect.
You want to actively collect, because all these different widths of not having a completely straight, accurate piece of fabric means that you get lots of like little quirky little bits of individuality in your quilt.
So there's no straightening these up. We use them as
No,
is.
yeah, you use them as is, you save them, we put them in our basket, and then as we stitch, and I'll show you some blocks in a minute, then that's it. But if you haven't got all the leftovers because you've been throwing it away and now you're like, oh no, I want to start a quilt.
Yes.
Then what you need to do is you can get your good old jelly roll strips, and with your scissors or your rotary cutter, you can chop the folded bit off. If you had scissors, you'd have just cut through the fold,
Sure.
but I forgot to ask for scissors. And then if you line it up on your mat and get your ruler and just put your ruler at a bit of an angle.
Yeah.
So you're not
on the wong.
on the wong, and you're not measuring anything. You're not like, oh, it's all got to be accurate. And literally all you're going to do is scarily
Make your own strings.
and you've made your own string.
And that is how you start. Now, we need to start by telling you how to get involved and how to get this amazing book. You won't believe the price. Look at that. $15.99. It's signed exclusively by Carolyn Forster. It's very limited stock. We do not have loads of signed. We can't.
Well,
You
we're
can't.
sharing one. We're sharing
Well,
it.
exactly. No, you said this is mine.
No, it's not yours. That's mine. It was
You
literally
know.
that limited.
Be quick, be quick. We have a limited stock of signed books from Carolyn, and I know you're going to want this in your stash. It is such a beautiful book. Can we have another little dive in and see some of the projects, please, Carolyn?
I'm going to flick properly now.
Yeah,
aren't I?
that'd be fab.
So, so we talk about a little bit of the history, because I do like to sort of share that. And we talk about all your basic cutting. We talk about how to use repurposed fabrics, how to cut your own strings. That's what I've just done. We also talk about if you've got garments that you want to use, and how to actually make the best of that. We talk about all your basic sewing techniques. Basically making the standard string block, which if we get time, I can do a little demo and step out of.
Fab.
And then the addictive thing is once you've made the blocks, though, is that there's loads of different ways to use them. You can use them in applique.
Do you know, Carolyn, the one thing I saw straight away with your book is just how classy it looks. The quality of the paper, imagery, just the whole way it's been printed. It's such a beautiful thing as well as a beautiful book.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. I haven't asked all the technical stuff from the publishers, but it's like really tactile.
Yeah.
More, when not that all books aren't tactile and people say they've got their new book smell and stuff. But yeah, it's got a really nice feel to it, which I'm really enjoying.
This isn't a book that's going to live on a shelf. This is a book that's going to live on the table where you can flick, where you can look, dream and plan.
Yeah, it's got it's got patterns, obviously got projects, but in effect it's got like basic ideas, recipes, so that once you've made your block, your basic block, it's just, and this is because I've been teaching these classes for years.
You're really into techniques, aren't you?
I'm really into, this is how we do it. And it means that if you're a really experienced quilter, you're going to pick up the technique really quickly, but it might not be something you've ever done before, but it's very straightforward. And it's also, it's got that, you could do that mindless machine sewing with it. You know, you put the radio on, you listen to a play or some music.
Because you're not cutting accurately. You don't even have to sew a 1/4 inch seam allowance when you're making the string box, do you?
No, not at all.
So as long as you end up with fabric.
Yeah, as long as you end up with your squares or your fabric, then you're cool. And again, if you've never stitched, never done any patchwork, then this is perfect because there isn't anything to worry about and everything's forgivable.
Now, the books are flying out, absolutely flying out. Almost half the stock's gone already, Carolyn. We're just a few minutes into the show. Yeah, I told you you needed to be quick, especially if you want a signed copy. We've got very limited stocks. Have a look at some of these beautiful quilts. We've got a few hanging up in the studio, and they are absolutely magnificent. The one behind us, Carolyn, I love this.
Oh, no, I don't need to.
I love this. Talk to me about this.
Right, with this one, it's a string quilt.
It's the cover girl.
It's the cover girl. It's on the cover. It's using a technique for the applique to make the flowers, which when you look at the book, I talk about that. It's a really common vintage idea to make these tulip blocks with applique.
But they're string pieced as well.
Yeah, they're string pieced.
Every single scrap in your stash has got a place in one of these quilts. And the borders around it, stunning.
Yeah, for me, doing borders like that, you can call it picket fence or piano key or whatever, but actually it just means you don't have to have, I need to have enough fabric to finish this quilt. You can, because a lot of the quilts, if you make your blocks, depending on how you use them, then the treat is to go and buy fabric to go with them, to put the whole thing together, because I'm the last person to say don't buy fabric. You know?
Absolutely,
I'm like, I start with what I've got at home, and then when I've got enough blocks together, I'll be like, it'll go like this. Now it needs a border, or now it needs sashing, and then that's when you think, right, take these with me to the shop, go and get that yardage.
But equally, you and I were having a conversation. That's why I was laughing earlier on. You and I were having a conversation earlier about those frantic, desperate kind of Facebook group. Does anybody have any 2 inches of this fabric? I bought it 13 years ago in Vienna, and I just need this tiny bit.
It's really hard, isn't it?
You don't need to do that.
It's really hard. I mean, because you were saying one of the quilts that we've got up, which I don't know whether they show that.
Borders will look.
With the blue, and I'm like, well, actually, it's got, I think, 4 different blue flowery fabrics. Not that one. In the border, and that one's got loads of stuff in it. But
so clever. Just have a look at this quilt while I read the message. It's from look at that quilt. This is from Iris in Norfolk. So pleased to see Carolyn this morning. I've made several of her quilts. They are a joy to make. Iris in Norfolk. Thing is, I'll be honest with you, Carolyn, I never make other people's patterns. I want to make every single one of the quilts from it. Seriously, I do. I'm so torn because I've got another book to write myself, but I want to make every single one of these quilts. Anne in Gloucestershire says, morning, Carolyn and Stuart. I absolutely love Carolyn's books. Have 3 already and will buy string quilts from Anne. Anne, be quick if you want a signed copy.
Thank you.
The numbers are dwindling. Let's just have a little look at a bit of a gallery, Carolyn.
Oh, gallery.
the variety.
Yeah, this is cool. This is cool. Of course they're cool. I mean, it is literally, with those two there next to each other, one of them is the blue quilt that we were talking about. That's actually got, if you got to see the whole border, it's 4 different fabrics.
Yes.
Because I hadn't got enough of any of them at the time. And then the sort of the half log cabin on the other side. Again, that's just, again, you're still using wonky fabrics and you just square up the blocks when you've finished.
And Carolyn, I had a good old look at this quilt. Well, all of the quilts at the start, you wouldn't believe the wild, the weird, the wonderful, the eclectic mix of fabrics. So if you've ever looked at your scrap pile and thought, none of these go,
if you put them all together, yeah, just the more the merrier, the more is more.
Secret? What's the trick? Is that what it is?
I mean, sometimes if you don't like chaotic, scrappy, and lots of people don't. They're like, I need some calmness, but I like the idea, I like the elements. I think then you do something like the quilt that's on behind me. I've divided that up into
It's serene.
those sort of low volumes, and then that taupey, those colours.
It's serene, isn't it?
It's calm, but there's loads of fabric in it.
Exactly.
And then with the blue quilt that we put up, the thing that's controlling that is, and the same with the quilt that might be coming up in a minute, is that it's got a constant, which is, in this particular quilt, it's that cream line, although they're not the same size and they're not, you know, there's sometimes you just need that constant to just focus on, and then everything else just sort of calms down, and you're like, oh yeah, it's okay, you know, it's not mad chaos.
And you teach all of this in the book, don't you? It's all covered in the techniques, and if you look at the projects.
Yeah, big technique section, just to get you to the nitty gritty, because, I mean, when I was asked to do this, they were like, oh, do you think an hour? Do you think, you know, would you be all right talking about it for an hour? And I was like, talk about this all day. Days, yeah.
These quilts fill me with absolute joy, and I find them so exciting. They're my favourite kind of quilts in the world. These real scrappy, so eclectic, but also that demonstrate the techniques that can control chaos. Like that order, that regularity, that something repeated that brings order to chaos.
Yeah.
Let's have a look at a few more quilts from the book, shall we? There's just so many projects. They are absolutely gorgeous. Oh. There's that cover quilt. Over half the stock, by the way, is now gone.
Okay, well, that's exciting.
Absolutely wonderful. Love that. So is that crumb quilting?
It's sort of, it's basically, that is like really chaotic, and that quilt that's up, that was based on an antique quilt that I own, and that is, they're basically what I suppose you call improvised log cabin, if you want to use a word, but really it's just scrappy log cabin, and then the border on that quilt's actually just made out of hundreds of jelly rolls ends, so it's just 2-inch squares, but again, different ways to piece.
And the thing is, I urge you, when you get the book home, look carefully. You'll spot so many favourite fabrics in the blocks, but also you'll be amazed at how eclectic the mix is, but how it works. Look at I love these, the crumb stitch experiments. Some of these which almost have a borrow look, some of them have more of a Cantha-esque.
Yeah, we just played about with the stitches, because scrap quilting or using up the bits that you usually bin, it's not just us Western Europeans and Americans. It's you know, culturally it's a thing that people have done and do, and
no one's wasted fabric in the past, and many people still don't.
No, so there we go.
Don't have the option.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, you just use what you've got, and so yeah, there's little ideas to play with those things we dip into.
And we've all got, haven't we, loads of fabrics that we cannot bear to part with, that we're down to the last threads of almost.
Yeah, and I think they're more special then, and even like the snowball quilt then that you've got open then. We actually, there's a project in here, because when you make the snowball blocks, you actually cut out a quarter circle.
Oh, yes.
So then we made a new project with those quarter circles.
It's around the front, Carolyn.
It's around the front.
A little pin cushion. You can grab it if you want. Oh, thanks, Kat.
Oh, thanks. Thank you.
So even from the scraps from the scrap quilt, a new block is born, a pin cushion. Isn't that beautiful? And this is the sort of leftover from the snowball block.
This is the leftover from the snowball block.
Yeah,
So you could make another quilt, or you could just make little gifts. It's just a little pin cushion,
So
or put
gorgeous.
lavender in it, or what have you.
Absolutely beautiful. More messages. Morning, Stuart and Carolyn.
Morning.
I've ordered the book, loving the scrappy flowers behind Stuart. That's Tracy Lynn, who's in West Yorkshire. Another message for you, a lot of love coming through. Judy in Norfolk says, morning Carolyn and Stuart, this book is perfect for me as I can never cut straight strips. Book ordered. Suddenly that becomes an
perfect.
advantage.
Yeah, yeah.
becomes an
Anything that
advantage.
you think I can't use it, it's wonky. Yep, goes in here. It's all good.
All those little Liberty scraps that you refuse to part with, why should you?
Yeah.
Make this. Just got this, says Sue in Norfolk. I hate throwing away scraps, as I always thought I should be able to use them. This will be a godsend. Thank you. Nice, I
that's
love
good.
that.
It's,
One more. Hi, Stuart and Carolyn. Have got my book. Love the quilt on the wall. Thanks for all your hard work producing the book. Sue in Beeston.
Oh, thank you.
Look at this one.
exciting.
Look at this. This is one of my favourites. I so want to make the last one. The last one. The last one in preview. That one there. Absolutely gorgeous. Have we got that quilt?
Yeah,
Can we grab it
it's on
out?
a part. Yeah, cat. You'll have
Oh, is it over there? Ah, okay. It's all right. It's so lovely. Look at this next one. So exciting. So exciting.
It's also, as well, when you're looking at it, you're focusing on those whites and the crosses. And actually, when you sew it, that's not how you're stitching it.
Right.
So there's lots of like little tricks that sort of play with your eye.
Yeah. Oh, I've got to get my hands on this quilt, Carolyn. This is, can we just, I love this quilt so much.
Like that.
It's
So it's-
utterly gorgeous.
Thank you. And this one, it's another one of those ones actually when you can sort of say, you can actually feature your focus fabric or the fabric that you love that you've bought yards of, which for me is this one.
Yeah.
In the middle there is the star, and then the spider's webs, because it's basically quite a traditional design.
For sure,
And
yes.
it's just the way we've played with this white outline, and it just basically lightens up the whole thing. And again, it gives it that focus, so it's not too chaotic.
No,
but you have just got
exactly.
hundreds of different fabrics, different styles. You've
They're
got
so
old ones,
eclectic.
new ones, modern ones, vintagey, antique-y, everything, and it all just will fit in. So
And yet the way it all comes together, it's alchemy, isn't it? It really is alchemy. It's taking base materials and turning it into gold.
Yeah.
I just love it. I love it. Yeah, absolutely stunning. Now, I need to remind you, the price is $15.99, which I think is an absolute, I think it's a bargain. You're getting an awful lot for your money.
There's a lot in there. I mean, there's a sort of like my heart and soul, but it's everything that I've talked about for classes. And it's just got all the details, all the ideas, lots of springboard ideas that you don't have to make the quilts that are in there, because you've got the ideas at the beginning, which are suggesting what to do and how to go in different directions.
Oh, I mean,
with
if
it
you
as
wanted
well.
to translate these into bags or wall hangings or table runners, cushions, there's so many ways you can use even something like quilted clothing. You could string piece.
You can to get your fabric to cut out for your pattern pieces.
Now, I need to let you know that we are 2 weeks ahead of the game here. This book doesn't actually release until the 31st of March. Oh, that's not 2 weeks. That's more like 5 weeks.
I dread to think where these books are.
Wow.
you'd be ahead of the game.
Well, that's pretty important too, isn't it? You're getting this book about 4 or 5 weeks earlier than you could get it anywhere else. It's signed. It's $15.99, which I think is an incredible price. You have got 176 pages of know-how, inspiration, and actually, this isn't an idea that you just kind of came up with, over a bottle of rosé. You've been teaching classes on this technique for years.
Yeah, it's all based on as well antique quilts, because the whole concept of using up all the odd bits, the strings, is really old, and a lot of the time they used to sew the strings, the fabric, onto newspaper. So we've even got pictures in there of the old newspaper, and you can actually see the dates on the newspaper, whereas nowadays I sew the fabric onto, or the strings onto like a really lightweight interfacing that stays in.
You stay it, right. So it's a kind of foundation, but not one you've got to pull out.
Yeah, nothing to pull out afterwards, unless you like doing that, and then that's absolutely fine, isn't it? So there's, you know, techniques, everyone likes something different, so it's open to that.
There's so much inside the book, though. There's piecing, there's applique, there's different styles of quilt. Here we go, look, Waterstones, here's the release date, 31st of March. Not round here. Not round here. 176 pages, released exclusively through Sewing Street for a whole month, and signed as well. Get this in your stash. We are now limited stock. When we get to limited stock, this means we're down to our last 10% of the stock. So well done if you've got yours. Super exciting. Now, I'm going to pop that to one side for a second. We've got so much more to talk about.
Okay.
We have a fabulous pattern and template set from you, Carolyn. Tell me about Japanese stars and lanterns.
Oh, I could even probably find you a block somewhere. It was a pattern that came out, in fact, we had it here like a little while ago, and it was really, really popular, and we sold out of it, and that was it sort of thing on Sewing Street. So it's really exciting to sort of have it back here again.
For sure.
Again, it's a pattern that uses strings, and it's quite a different pattern.
Yeah.
And it isn't in the book because basically we just couldn't fit everything in.
No. But also more than that, you get templates. You get rotary cutting.
You get
templates.
the rotary cutting templates for this, so it means you can. It's really accurate in the bits that need to be accurate. You can make lots of different variations. We did lots of fussy cutting in one of the demos for in the middle.
I see as well you've even included selve edges in some of the blocks.
Yes.
And that's super on trend and cool.
We like that, and because also it helps you remember the good fabrics. You're like, oh, I remember that range and the year I bought that.
Is a conversation,
yeah.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
Many conversations.
And even in the book, we did a whole project only using selvages.
Yes. Well, you've also got your fabulous basket that you keep your strings in.
Well,
Would you show us that, please?
Yeah, that was we'd been using we'd made selvage blocks. Got a whole reference pile. Look at that.
It's so cool. Look, isn't that beautiful?
So usually I'd make them as just blocks like this, and so that you can, you could put loads of those together in a quilt. This was a little sample for a binding or to show the technique. But then it just felt like, well, if you're collecting all these scraps, it's fun just to make the little basket. And again, that is only made out of squares that you would make like this. And then there's the construction technique in the book.
I mean, the thing is, Carolyn, nowadays, so many designers put something really special into their selvage deliberately.
Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, some of their designs in themselves, and some of them, if they're really special fabrics, I actually, when I trim the selvage off, make sure I go a bit further so I can have like a bit more of the print. But
isn't it
yeah, it's just
strange
fun.
And funny how things change, attitude towards, rubbish, rags, scrap changes.
Yeah, completely. And once you start, and even when I've done these before, it's like little coasters. And if they're for someone in particular, then I try and pick words or phrases from the selvages that are appropriate to that person. So you can make them quite personal.
You really can. Well, also as well, Carol, I mean, I'm a complete fabric nerd, and I'm looking and I'm getting all sentimental. I did a applique workshop with Ellie Sinkovich years ago. Amy Butler is a dear friend. I'm looking at this thinking, oh, I remember that fabric. I remember when that. I remember thimbleberries.
Yeah, definitely.
Them.
And it's when they put the year. I mean, that's like scary. That was 2003.
Yeah, but that was like 6 years ago, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was only the other day. Yeah, I know.
I love this project. You got to keep your strings, so you need a beautiful basket to keep them in. But imagine the messenger bag, the weekender, the purse.
Yeah. Yeah,
using
and
these
all
techniques?
those. Yeah, I'm not like really good at those sorts of things, but I know loads of people who are. You do the patterns and things, and to be able to create your own fabric to then make those is something really special. Then
Now, this isn't your first book, Carolyn, is it? We've got some lovely other books that you've written, which are super popular. I've had many lovely shows with your books on air. Shall we start with The Joy of Jelly Rolls? Because I've literally got one of these left. They've been flying out this morning.
Oh,
Don't worry, we didn't start with one. Can you believe £9.99? I've spent more money on a magazine.
Oh, this
full
is
of
huge.
adverts.
Even when I talk about
By
this,
your standards.
I'm just like, wow, look at everything in there. It's like a real compendium.
Oh,
and there's so
kidding.
much. There's little projects. There's big quilts. There's mini quilts.
There's an octopus.
Yeah, I love the octopus.
It's sold out.
Go
Right,
on.
let's move on. Quilt as you go. One of the most beloved techniques, I think.
And 14 of those techniques in that one
14
book.
techniques.
Yeah, 14
Wow.
ways to do quilt as you go, including you could do the string blocks and do the quilt as you go.
Well, I didn't know there were 14 ways to do it. I mean, definitely get this in your library.
Yeah, there you go.
Amazing. Oh, ooh.
That's cool.
Love
All on
that.
the machine as well. No handwork in that. So if you're,
Sold.
real machine junkie, then
Yeah, oh, that too.
yeah, a bit of Coandi.
Why is it, Carolyn, that vintage and centuries-old techniques look so modern? How does that happen?
I think it's really hard with calling things modern. I mean, because really?
But look so current.
Current, and yeah, that's better. Only
Thanks,
because
mate.
only because I collect old sewing books, and the amount of books that I've got from the 50s and the 60s,
The modern way.
and they're modern, and you look at it and you think, you've never seen anything more dated in your whole life,
Right, true.
And so I think there has to be another word, current,
Right,
and you can make it all, you can bring it all up to current trends or up to fashions
you were saying earlier on about,
now.
improv quilting, which is such a buzzword in quilting, but actually it is that make and mend.
It's just scrappy. It's just not. It's like when we did the log cabin.
I didn't have a whole piece.
Yeah, I didn't have a whole piece. I've only got these bits. I'm not straightening it up. I'm just using the wonky bit that I've got.
Yeah, because that would be wasteful. If you straightened the fabric, you'd lose half of it.
Yeah. So it's just language, isn't it? As long as you're making quilts, it doesn't matter. No. But it's just words.
And so many beautiful parts of our quilting heritage are based on need and want, aren't they?
Yeah.
This is hand-stitched quilts.
Yeah, this
Is this your last launch?
I think so, yes, yes. It was basically, I've always stitched quilts, or some of my quilts by hand. Okay, I love my machine, but I do hand piece, and I learned to hand piece when I first started patching. And it was one of those things that people were like, oh, no, it's faster to make them on the machine, you must do that. And so I then erred towards my class going, well, I won't worry about the hand piecing. And then it became a thing, whereas actually you can sew really quickly by hand because you can sew anywhere.
Yes.
And it's quite meditative. You can sit and chat, you can sit on your own. And it was just going back to, and there are so many more blocks that are different and exciting that you can make hand piece.
That would be an absolute monkey to try and machine piece, but
or you
so
just
pleasurable by
wouldn't.
hand.
Yeah. So
I remember having a
so
lovely
this was
conversation
fun.
with Gwen Rees-Griffiths, the hand quilter, and I remember her saying something similar to me. By the time I've got the frame out and the machine out rather, I could have finished the hand quilting.
Yeah,
I could have done it by then.
And it's sort of about having a technique bank that you can. The back of that, I love the back of it. It means that you can sew anywhere, or if you want to.
That's beautiful.
And you're not always restricted, and you can sit and watch the telly and stitch.
Absolutely.
You don't have to be drowning out the programme with the sewing machine.
But Carolyn, this is not English paper piecing. This is This is hand sewing.
This is just hand-pieced patchwork. So you draw around your shapes, right sides together, running stitch, and that's all it is. It's only running stitch.
And do you draw the seam line on?
There's two different ways to approach it, and most of the blocks in this book, all the patterns are actually, the pattern pieces are the exact finished size. So it means when you draw round them on the back of your fabric, you're drawing your sewing line.
Understood.
So because of that, you can't actually go wrong. You haven't got to guess any anything. It's like, this is the line I'm sewing, it's the line I've drawn. So it's
Which
cool.
makes it very achievable. You don't have to know what that seam allowance is. It's drawn, it's there. It's,
yeah, you're drawing your line to follow.
Now, next up, we love our layer cakes. So layer cake quilts and gifts, we love it. Again, amazing value, £12.99. You've got 9 stunning quilt designs to choose from. I mean, who doesn't love a layer cake or a 10-inch charm?
I just think they're a really accessible way to use lots of fabrics in your quilts. So we did quilts in here, and we've got like little projects as well to sort of use the one-off, you know, the bits, like your favourite one. And also some people are really surprised how big a quilt you can make out of a layer cake.
For sure.
So a lot of them actually are just a layer. Yeah, I like that sort of spruce roof basket pattern. And then there's, just all the blues.
Small projects as well. That's absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah, and that's, again, a variation on the snowball block and how you could make a quilt out of the bits that you cut out. We've got a plique, that for the snake trail, saves you piecing.
Absolutely beautiful.
And again, all the techniques in the front.
Now, while we're talking about layer cakes, can I just slip in a lovely layer cake here? Because, I tell you why, because it's absolutely gorgeous, but also, get the price up, Ben. Also, we're going to do this. We're going to do this. It's not £59.99 at all. Let's have a bit of a bargain. Watch this. It's a £20 saving.
Oh, wow.
It's a £20 saving.
Me. Oh, wow.
Oh, I know.
Oh, I like the taupes. Look,
yeah,
like the quilt.
Gorgeous.
Nice prints, nice
put that one under the desk for you.
Yeah.
Do you know, it's a nightmare. It's a nightmare working here, Carolyn.
I was thinking that about the ruler.
I need that, I want that.
But the fat ruler, the wide ruler this morning, even I'm standing here thinking, I've got no hope now because I'm standing here, so I can't order one.
Exactly. Welcome to my world. What is it they say? Water, water everywhere and not a drop to drink.
Yeah.
Look, all of these beautiful, I mean, just oodles of delicious fabric, loads in baskets. I don't blame you. It's a £20 saving. And the cost of things like jelly rolls and layer cakes is only going up.
And you can cut this up for strings.
Exactly right.
As well.
Exactly right. Now, I'm going to move that on because I've got some jelly rolls and we're going to, we're going to crash the price. Right, let's do the Kansas Troubles first.
Always a goodie.
I love a bit of Kansas Troubles.
She does such nice prints. It's also like warm and cosy and homey and
beautiful.
Nice.
Perfect for string quilting.
Perfect for string quilts. Like I showed you how to cut them up this morning.
Exactly. Absolutely beautiful. All those warm, rich, autumny colours. That's me in a jelly roll. That should be £59.99. Watch this. Now remember, we are spilling over into 9 o'clock. No one's missing out on. The only person who's going to miss out on time is me on my own at 10 o'clock, which is no great shakes to anybody. £39.99, £20 off the jelly roll. It's going in the back of my car.
And also, I'm just always stunned how much fabric is in there, how big a quilt you can make with a jelly roll. It's
and especially as well, Carolyn, if you use your methods and you're not wasting any.
Yeah.
Because if half the fabric ends up in the bin, then it doesn't make that big a quilt. But your techniques don't waste fabric.
No, I must admit, with the pre-cut projects, I'm just like, all that is going in.
Every scrap.
And when you teach the classes, some people will go, oh, but if it goes wrong, I'm like, well, if it goes wrong, then you're stuck because we've used everything.
Exactly.
So,
exactly. This is Sundance. So this is a gorgeous kind of cool blues, mints. Yellows, kind of egg yolk. Again, £20 off. This is perfect for those summery spring projects. I'm thinking string-pieced picnic quilt.
Yeah, you can go with that.
Could I do that?
You can do that, of course you can.
That would be rather luscious.
They're nice fabric.
Gentle.
She says like a customer. Oh, they're nice fabric.
You can't have them all, Carolyn. You can have one. £39.99. You will have to be quick, though. Aren't I mean? Oh, absolutely gorgeous, though. I mean, an absolute bargain. I mean, just beautiful, beautiful. Next one, I've got red, whites and blacks. Now, this is already an amazing price. This is £29.99. Oh, this is staying at $29.99. Okay, sorry, that is a great price though. Absolutely brilliant. 40 black, white, and red. What's black and white and red all over?
Newspaper.
Yeah, a sunburned penguin.
All right. I only knew the newspaper answer.
That's old school, Carolyn. Mine's more current.
Yours more current. Absolutely. Yeah.
That's the word of the day. It's the word of the day. Right, one more. I've got, oh, lovely. Love this. This is stuff. This is all the greys. This would be actually where you want to introduce the uniformity.
And also I think it's quite dramatic as well. It's got that more masculine feel when you need to make quilts that are, you know, got that look as opposed to you're sitting there with your poor son and it's like, everything I've got's got flowers on it. And they're going, yeah, okay, Mum.
This is a personal story now.
But no, I like those. Nice and
Love it.
Stunning.
Great saving. Right, I've got one more of your books, which is Big Stitch Quilting by Carolyn Forster. I love the variety of techniques in this book.
And I'm so relieved we got to this because a lot of the quilts in the string book, we use that utility big stitching. Some of them are machine quilted, but the ones that are hand quilted, like the one here, we use the Mennonite tacks for that. And although, we obviously show you little diagrams how to do it in there, in here, there's a lot more detail. And to be honest, that whole big stitch utility quilting idea just fits so well with that string utility quilt ethos.
It's a perfect combination.
So
isn't it?
as a two to be like, I want the answers to how can I hand quilt quickly and easily. How did they used to do that? How do you tie quilts? How do you base them on a tabletop? It's all in those two books.
Exactly.
Yeah, you've got like a whole compendium then really with those two
because
next to
so
each other.
often books just say quilt as desired and that's it. You're left there. And because it is a separate hobby, it's a separate task.
Well, yeah, quilting isn't patchwork and patchwork isn't quilting. So they are two, but if you have a patchwork quilt, then that's the combination of two. But they can both be completely independent of each other.
Absolutely.
So having a book, this has got quilts in it and it's got a smaller project.
So there are still projects in
There's
here.
still projects and quilts.
Lovely projects
but
too.
They highlight the use of the hand quilting stitch.
And really celebrate it too. But of course, it's not just about those kind of running stitch style quilting. There's Mennonite tacks, there is tying, isn't there?
There's Methodist knots, there's running cross stitch, there's about at least half a dozen different stitches and then the tying and just techniques to sort of ease you through the process more easily, quicker.
Celebrating some of our quilting past as well and bringing it up to date.
Yeah.
Now, string quilts, we need to talk about string quilts because I have got 100 books left. And that's it. And that's nowhere near enough to fulfill every book in baskets right now. Our call centres are very, very busy right now. So what we're going to do is just do a quick VT on how to shop, just to give you a chance to check out your baskets. We'll see you after this very short intermission.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Oh, it is so exciting morning. I'm here with Carolyn Forster, who is exclusively launching her brand new book. You can't get it anywhere else for the next month. It won't be released until the 31st of March. We have it right here. I have got low double figures now of this book, signed copies, and I've way more in baskets than I have available. It's called String Quilts. It is the most beautiful quilting book I have seen in a long time. From photography, the quality of the paper, the imagery, the techniques, the depth of the techniques section is fabulous, because without that's your bedrock, that's your foundation. It's
going to be a go-to, because once you've got your techniques, then you've got your whole design ideas, then you've got your project, and like we were saying earlier, you're like just running with it. Well, it could be bags, it could be jackets, it could be excited. It doesn't need to just be quilts and the projects in here. So.
You've so much in here to inspire you. Now, next year, in 10 years' time, you will still be referring back to String Quilts by Carolyn Forster. It is beautiful. This will not go on your library shelves. This will be in constant use, and even actually, if you just want 20 minutes of gorgeous oohing and ahhing, you'll just have a flick. More than 50 of you are going to miss out, because the signed copies are dwindling before our very, very eyes. Be quick. Now, you've got a demo for us.
Only to show just how sort of straightforward and basic the block is that you can then start playing with.
Hey, life's difficult enough.
So we have a foundation, and I've cut that. It's a really lightweight sew-in interfacing. So it's the lightest, and it stays in, it doesn't come out.
No fusible.
No fusible, because you'd get all gummy. It would just go wrong.
No one wants to be gummy.
No one wants to be gummy. And so the first thing you do, you cut it to size, then you have a strip of fabric laid down the middle, and a second fabric, right sides together, and you stitch on your machine.
Now, a rough quarter of an inch.
A rough quarter of an inch.
It'll do.
I must admit, all my machines have all got like nearly soldered on a quarter of an inch piecing foot. But if you've just got like, I've got this foot today, it really doesn't matter what, as long as it's stitching through all the 3 layers. So you can do that, and then you can do the other side. So you've got, and then you can press it. And you can chain piece these, so you can just run through all your bits. You can chop as you go, and then press.
And do you press it finger press or with an iron?
No, you do press with an iron. Gotcha. If you finger press, that's fine, but you get a nicer result all round. So if you can, that's why I chain piece a lot, because then I only have to get up and down after every batch. And also that's why I only press after I put 2 strips on. Because then, why get up to press for 1 strip when you could do it for 2? Yeah. So you basically then do your stitch and flip, which is sort of what that's called, filling in the background, this basic background. So you can see you're adding all the time, and you're pressing after each pair, and again, chain piecing.
So Carolyn, is it fair to say that because this is on a foundation which stabilises what you're working on, if you've got bias cut strips or ones that are a bit on, well, obviously they're on the wonk, but I mean properly on the wonk, they will still work? It will still work,
and it also, the reason why historically it was on a foundation is because all the outside edge of your block is going to be on the bias, or on the wonk anyway. And so having it on something until the blocks go together, stabilise it like that. So hence the stabiliser. And you'll end up with a complete...
Hello, friend. Hello, friend. I recognise.
I wonder why that is. So on here we've filled our our backing,
Gorgeous.
our base up. And you can see even the odd triangles and things that you have left over from other projects, or you've cut too many, or they were wrong size. So it isn't just, you know, all the strips and rings, it's all the squares, all the triangles, all the gubbins to fill
Carolyn,
this up.
I know a lot of quilters out there who will be trying their best to coordinate their strips as they sew and kind of get... You're sighing there.
No, it's
Go on.
fine. It's good. I mean, even me, and I can show you blocks, or I don't know what I've bought now to prep with. But if I put all these together in their sort of half mismanaged state here, you can see this blue fabric down the middle.
Oh, I see that,
And that will just calm it down, bring it down if you need to.
It gives my eyes something to recognise, and I focus on that instead of, oh, wow, all the...
So as much as, and to be honest, these aren't as scrappy. If I made them like this, usually they'd then end up in loads of different places in the quilt, you know, if it was a really scrappy one like the one we showed hanging.
I have so many messages for you.
Oh, okay.
Pam says, good morning, gorgeous. I think she's talking to you, not me. Jenny says, good morning, lovely. Again, directed at you, I think. Anne's watching. Anne says, morning, lovely, Stuart. Oh, that one was for me. Donna says, morning, Stuart and everyone. Jan says, morning, Stuart and Carolyn. I've been a fan of Carolyn's books for a long time.
Thank you.
Sally says, good morning, Stuart and Carolyn. Treated myself to this book. The quilts are beautiful. And there's that emoji with the stars for eyes. Helen says, morning, looking forward to seeing this fabulous book. Make sure it gets in your basket and you check out. It's so gorgeous. Natasha says, I wish they taught stuff like that in schools. It saves waste and it's practical. This book is great. Vine says, good morning, Stuart. How are you? I am doing great, thanks. I'm having a fab morning. Steph says, morning, Stuart and Carolyn. I've got Carolyn's Quilt As You Go book. It's fab. It's another one for your collection. Anne says, hi, Stuart and Carolyn. Nice to see you both. What lovely quilts. Hilary says, morning, Stuart. Love Carolyn's books. I have a few of them. You need this one too, Hilary. You're a very, very popular author and very popular this morning. Now, I've got 100 of you who are going to miss out, guaranteed, because we know exactly how many books we've left and how many of you have it in your basket. Please check out right now. We'll see if we can get more books. They won't be signed, but please check out your basket so you are guaranteed to get a signed copy. I will let you know as soon as they sell out, which is going to be imminent. When you come to trim these...
When I come to trim these...
How, where?
Well, ironically, given when we prep for these things, I'm like, oh, square ruler. And then I'm like, where did we put the square ruler? You can use your regular long ruler, but sometimes having an actual just dedicated square, and I find this size really useful.
So 6.5 inch?
6.5 inch square. We cut our interfacing 6.5 inches in the first place, but often when you sew it will distort, and that's absolutely fine. It doesn't matter because we've got extra fabric around the edges, and what we do when we finish is we take our ruler and we pop it on top and we can trim and trim and then swivel and trim. So
you do that from the back?
I do that from the back, yeah.
I suggest if you haven't already got one, even a 12-inch square rotating cutting mat is going to be your best friend for a job like that.
Those rotating mats, yeah, especially for people who get in a bit of a pickle as to, and I hate, you know, when they say, oh, I had a rotary cutting injury, and I'm like, oh, don't show me. But yeah, so those mats, if you get in a pickle with how and when and which sides, then yeah, just being able to swivel as opposed to keep picking up your fabrics. But yeah, so once you've got this sort of scruffy looking block, once it's been trimmed, it's sort of like haircut day. And then sometimes every 3 weeks, it will look like this. And that's like, yep, and you just build up your library of these. Now,
it's fair to say, isn't it, that when we get very there's a lot of navel gazing in quilting because we're working on small things one at a time, and you can really, really overanalyze one block. But you've got to remember it's going to be a small part of a much bigger whole.
project.
So don't judge the finished results on one block.
Yeah, you might think, oh, that's a bit blue or it's a bit this, but when you but when you make lots, I mean, depending on the time and what we get to show. But also the other thing I want to point out is that you can make these by hand.
Oh, tell me more.
So every process that I've just showed you, instead of running it through the machine, you can just sit there in front of the telly and you just do your running stitch.
Running stitch,
And these two blocks, it's a bit of a cheat because you know that I've just shown you that was made on the machine, but that's made by hand. So you can't tell the difference.
No, you really can't.
So it means you can combine, you can make them wherever and whenever.
Which isn't usual with quilts, is it? It's
no,
harder to
sometimes
do.
it's like the process doesn't suit. But with this sort of thing, if you need just a little bit of sewing that you actually don't really have to think about, if you go to talks, if you have waiting rooms, any of that portable, if you're going to coffee with girlfriends who don't sew, you can still just sit there.
They're no girlfriends of mine, Carolyn. If you want to get this book, you're going to have to be quick. I'll tell you now, I've less than 30 books left. In fact, I've got 25 books. There are over 170 of you with it in your basket.
Oh, it really stresses me out.
I know. But you'd have bought your book before the show started, Carolyn.
Well, I've only got one copy and you seem to be hanging on to that, so I'm getting a bit desperate now.
Bye.
Yeah,
Bye.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm not. No. Ben's just said I have to wait till the end of March. I'm not doing. No, I can't do that. I've got friends at Search Press. I've got friends in high places, Carolyn.
Higher than me, then, and I'm standing on a block.
You are. She is. Be quick, won't you? It's absolutely gorgeous. Now, in all seriousness, it is going to sell out. Okay, Ben, what's the good news? Okay. Right. Okay. So, bad news, good news. So, good news first is that Ben, our producer, has managed to get. He's been on the phone this morning. James must be up very early, and managed to secure some more stock. However, they will not be signed. Is this the new code? Okay, so IZPU47 is your new code. This is for unsigned books. What you'll have to do then is track Carolyn down at a quilt show.
I was going to say, if you're at a show or something, then see me and then I'll sign it.
500 people.
No. I'll sign it. Always happy to sign things.
Thank you for that. That's there as a backup. But for now, right here, right now, we still have 12 books left. This is where it gets a bit dirty. I've got 11 now. $15.99. There's over 200 books in baskets. Pop it in, check it out. Remember, if you're thinking you're going to buy something later in the day, you only pay one postage. It doesn't matter how many times you check out. So check the book out. You can shop again later, but I don't want you to miss out on a signed copy of a brand new book from Carolyn Forster that you cannot get anywhere else until the 31st of March. If I have to wait till the 31st of March, Carolyn, I'm gonna be in tears. It's not going to happen. Kathleen says, morning, what a week to have off. It's great, Stuart. You're my favourite presenter. I've got Carolyn's book and the Japanese lanterns pattern, as I missed out last time. What sewing interfacing would Carolyn recommend, please?
Can I say?
Of course you can.
Okay. Basically then I use, and it's in the book, I use the Vilene L11.
So is that a Viseline product?
Yeah, Viseline. It's just that I can't spell or pronounce Viseline. And I'm so old. I was brought up on Vilene. The Viseline product, it's Al11, and it's a sew-in, and it's the lightest weight one they do. Don't make mistake of getting the iron-on, because that's all sorts of problems. It's the sew-in one, and it's the L11.
L11. There's 2 books left. That's one for you, one for me? No, because there's more than 200 of you with it in your basket. Check out. Oh, nearly 300 people have it in their basket, Carolyn. We have the unsigned. Can we just put the details up for the unsigned? Because you might be. Where can we find you?
Oh, where
Carolyn?
can you find me? I
Show
know
that you'll be at.
there's a quilt show coming up in Duxford. I think that's in March,
Yep.
and I'll be there one of the days. At the minute, I don't know whether it'll be the Friday, whether it's the weekend or the Friday. So if you look on my social media, I'll
But
tell
that's
you
going to
then.
be before the 31st of March, so you won't have.
I won't
more
have any
copies.
books, but if people have got them and they want them signed, or if they're really nice, perhaps they'll let me have some of my own books if they find them somewhere.
Not unless I get a copy.
In a
Carolyn.
pile.
In a
There's always
pile.
that. And then in April, I'm doing a show at Uttoxeter, and I will have books then. So, because that's in April.
Cool. Viv says, morning, first time seeing Carolyn, but so refreshing to see somebody who embraces the history of quilting and is not trying to keep modernising everything. I love the history.
Thank you.
I love the history. I'm a complete quilty geek.
It's scary because I think there is very little that is absolutely really new. And I think if you look back far enough and you look back deep enough, there's always going to be something that you think, oh, they did that in 1888.
Exactly.
Hey-ho.
But for example, they didn't have Fleeceline L7?
11.
L11 in
And they
the
used
1800s.
newspaper.
Right. So, I mean, you've modernised
that,
using
yeah.
something that's currently available.
Yeah.
Absolutely beautiful, beautiful book. Carolyn, personally, I've had an absolute joyful hour with you.
Thank you.
I just adore your quilts. I think it's
Thank you.
absolutely inspiring and wonderful. The signed book has sold out. Well done. Absolutely wonderful.
So
Congratulations.
stressful. This is why I make quilts and don't do what you do.
You've done the stressful
I'm just
bit.
like,
Now
oh.
there's decompress. Just a beautiful achievement. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to everyone. Thank you.
Now, we still have exclusive availability on Carolyn's new book, String Quilts. This is the unsigned book. It's the same book. It just doesn't have the signature in the front. You can still get Carolyn to sign it if you see her at a quilt show. Take it along. It still has the same fabulous techniques. It still has the same fabulous projects. And you can get your copy. There are over 300 of you that want Carolyn's book. Just switch over to IZPU47. You will get a copy of the book in 3 to 5 working days, way before it's released anywhere else. It's an absolutely beautiful book. You'll have it in time for Mother's Day.
Yes, because that's coming up, isn't it? To make
certainly
something or
is.
give us a gift.
Absolutely gorgeous. Thank you so much, Carolyn, for letting me have this copy. I'm joking. Here you go.
Thank
Very
you.
reluctantly hand it over. And again,
Thank you.
congratulations on an amazing book.
Thank you. That's
Right,
so
we're
sweet.
going to go to break. When we come back, I'll be joined by another fabulous person. Rebecca Harrison is here with dressmaking expertise and a wonderful couple of projects. Don't go anywhere. I'll see you after this. Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with Split Pay. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Are you having trouble finding the ideal gift for that someone special? Then why not treat them to a Sewing Street gift card? Simply head over to the website and scroll down to the bottom of the page and click where it says gift cards. You can decide between posting the card or delivery by email, then decide the value that you would like to send. Whether it's for a birthday, a special occasion, or just a way to say thank you, the Sewing Street gift card is the perfect answer.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Look who I'm joined with this. You're getting more showbiz every time I see you. I love it. It's Rebecca Harrison, everybody.
Hello, everybody. Little song and dance will be coming up.
We can't afford the licence. Stop singing.
Oh, sorry. Sewing Street the musical.
Oh, now that I'm down for.
Come on.
You are an amazing dressmaker.
Aww.
You're here for 2 hours today. We have got an
you.
absolutely beautiful pattern to start with. It's the Grainline Studio Augusta Shirt and Dress. Beautiful project. 2 different size options, okay. This is American sizing, so I'll do American first and then translate. We've got a 0 to an 18, so that's a UK 2 to 20, and that's based around a B cup.
Yes. Yes.
Awesome.
Yeah, it's written all over the pattern as well, so yeah.
And it says the Augusta is an oversized cocoon-shaped dress, I'm sold already, or shirt with an asymmetrical collar, love that, and mitered split hem. Choose from a short cuffed sleeve or a long straight sleeve. Both are interchangeable with the dress or shirt. That sounds like 4 different options.
Yeah, it's great.
Out of one.
Yeah.
Essential.
Yeah.
Absolutely essential. These are your staples moving into spring and summer, but also think about heavier weight fabrics for autumn winter.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, it's very versatile.
What sort of fabric should we be using for Augusta?
Well, for Augusta, so obviously we've got the denim, haven't we? So the ones you've got here are perfect.
So lightweight denim.
Lightweight, yeah, denims.
Viscose?
And yeah, viscose. You can, yeah. If you're used to working with viscose, yeah, it's not tricky. Just the neckline. The collar is in 2 separate part with this lovely detail at the front.
Yeah, love that.
Yeah, no, it's great.
The pattern is 19.99. That's the size 0 to 18 or a UK 2 to 20. Now we've got a second size option available. This is for US sizes 14 to 30, so that equates to a UK 16 to 32. So a really good range.
Yeah, it's a great range.
And this is based around, now is this based around a D cup?
I didn't have that one. I've got
No,
this one.
it doesn't
so
say on the
I wonder
front
if
that it is.
It might say in the inside. Possibly. It is written all over the pattern. Let me grab, can I grab my specs?
Yeah, definitely.
Let me grab my specs.
Well, usually they are,
on
and
the
this
back.
is, yeah.
Let's have a look. So what have we got here? Body measurement. So you've got all your bust sizes in here.
Always go by your measurements,
Absolutely
not your
go
dress
by your
size.
measurements, yeah. I mean, it'll be written on here as well.
It's such a broad way of doing it.
Yeah.
Always take your measurements, and also as well look at the amount
Yeah,
of
D cup.
ease.
It's written. It's really good because it's written all over the
Fab.
pattern. Yeah. So this is the bigger sizes.
Yep.
You've got the D cup. So I would go by your bust size. Make sure that it fits your bust.
Yep.
Because you can make alterations if needed.
Yes.
To the rest of it, but I'm not sure you'd need it actually because it is supposed to. It's supposed to be. You know, it's
Cocoon
yeah,
shaped.
it's not fitted.
No.
It's supposed to, look like a very sort of casual shirt dress.
And would I be right in saying, I'm really looking forward to dropping this in, does this have a French dart in
It has a
it?
French dart, Stuart. Would you like to talk us through a French dart?
You've tripped me up already. Tripped up by my own big mouth. No, I would not, but I'm hoping you will later.
No. Yes, of course I will. Of course
Get
I
back
will.
to your own area.
Shall I go now? Shall I
Cheek
go
for
now?
you. Honestly. Oh, hello. Sorry. Right. Okay, that is the new pattern. So it's from Grainline Studios, the Augusta Shirt and Dress. Remember, there are 4 options. I'm going to move this over and we're going to talk fabric because we've got some absolutely gorgeous fabrics. We're going to start with printed denims. Now, a word of warning before I even show you these. Every single time I do printed denims, we do printed denims, they sell out. If you want any of these, don't hesitate. Just in your basket and check out. Let's start off with this one, which is gorgeous. That is fabulous. This N61. It's a 4-meter bundle. It's a 4-meter bundle. This is a lightweight, what I would always refer to as a shirting weight denim.
Yeah.
So absolutely perfect for the Augusta shirt or dress. 4 meters of fabric for £29.99. Ben, what's the meter price on that for £7.49? Now, I'm used to selling quilt weight cotton at £7.49 a half meter. This is £7.49 a meter. And also look at the width. This has got to be 60 wide. I can tell by how much it's stretching my pectorals. Look at the width on that. Look at the width on that. Isn't that beautiful as well? Absolutely gorgeous. I've less than 15 left already. It's 4 meters of fabric. Now, in terms of the pattern, what will 4 meters do me? Let's have a look and see.
Well, I'm presuming it'll do the
Yep, it'll do the
biggest,
dress in the largest size.
yeah,
Perfect. It'll do the dress in a 32.
yeah.
So if you're making a shirt in a smaller size, for example, well, you might even have enough to do.
I did. I got
Yeah,
left over.
perfect. Absolutely beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Of course, you can use this sort of fabric in your quilting as well, in bag making for lining a bag or on the outer. It is gorgeous, isn't it? I love that. I love that. Beautiful. You know the other thing you could do with this? You could space dye it because the dye goes on the white overprinting differently to the base. So like almost like a tie-dye effect. Ooh. Whenever I see white printing, I think, oh, I want to dye it. There's 18 of you with this in your baskets. There's only 9 left. It's going to go like that all morning, I think. We're having sellout after sellout. How yummy. 60 wide. Beautiful, beautiful cotton denim. It's going to go 4 meters for a bargain price. It's only £7.49 per half meter. I need to move on. I'm going to move this to this side right here. Next up, oh, I love this. Have you seen this? Look, it's like a sort of, well, it's beautiful roses, but I love how they have all this, almost a sort of misty look to them.
Yeah, they do, don't they?
Absolutely gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. We've got 4 meters of this in the bundle. I'm going to open it out. Again, it is that 60 wide. Look, you're getting so much fabric for your money. It works out at £7.49 a metre. A metre. Beautiful. Couldn't resist, Rebecca.
Lovely in there.
Couldn't resist. It is absolutely gorgeous. Absolutely stunning. And such a useful thing to have in your wardrobe, because I mean, we know how useful a pair of jeans is in a wardrobe. Dress up, dress down, casual, smart, and being able to do the Augusta shirt or dress. Maybe you have a favourite pattern that uses something along the lines of a lightweight shirting style fabric.
Great for holiday.
Oh, lovely for a holiday. Really lovely with sandals and spring, summer. You could layer with it.
Good. Put a belt round, changes.
Single figures on this. I'm going slightly off piste here, Rebecca. I was just having a think. We've got the smaller size of the pattern B cup. We've got the larger size in a D cup. If, for example, you were a double D cup, is the adjustment that you would need to make straightforward? Is it possible? I don't even know if it's...
Do you know what? It's funny you should ask that, because when I was making it, I was thinking, could you adjust this for a bigger bust?
Yes.
I mean, I think you could possibly... You don't want to be messing with the neckline, so don't go anywhere near that neckline. I wouldn't. But the side seams are very straight once your dart is in. Side seams are very straight.
So is that where you would add extra?
Yeah. I would think about adding a bit of extra there. The other thing to note is whether you want to take it out under the arms. You'd have to, you'd have to do a good measuring of yourself.
Yeah.
And just make up a toile. So if you're going to add anything, front and back, do it equally. So that your side seam is in the right place, and then just do a toile.
Yeah. Is that where having a 25-metre bolt of quilter's weight calico, pre-washed calico, would be useful?
Absolutely, yeah.
You might want to stick around for 10 o'clock.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Calico is your friend.
It really is your
Dressmaking friend.
Really is your friend.
Yeah, it is.
Now, that previous bundle with the kind of smoky, misty roses, it's about to sell out. It's more or less gone. Here's our next one. Oh, now I would wear a shirt in this in a heartbeat. In fact, I'm going to just... That's a bit of me. That's a bit of me. I love that. So don't even just think about women's wear. This is men's wear too. This is a shirting weight. So if you're used to the weight of quilt weight cotton, it's a little lighter than that. If you wear shirts, it's that weight. It's that weight, isn't it?
Yeah. Lovely on
it's
you,
that weight.
would.
Again, 60 wide. Oh, I had it and then I let go. We've all been there. Look at that. It's gorgeous. Such a great value fabric, this. Feels cool. It's light. It's soft. It's drapeable. Are these all features of a fabric that we need for the Augusta?
Yeah, definitely, because of the shape of it, you want the fabric that you use to drape really beautifully.
Right.
And yeah, and this is exactly what you're going to get.
But also the shirting weight denim is stable, so it's a good beginner level fabric.
Oh yes, yeah.
Whereas your viscose, you need a little more experience.
I would say so only for the collar bit, yeah.
Oh, just for the collar.
Yeah.
The rest of it, perfect.
Yeah,
Great.
no, the rest of it is.
Absolutely gorgeous. There's £7.49 per metre. It's a 4 metre bundle, 60 wide as well. So you're getting huge value for your fabric. Actually, stash it. It's just a really good stash fabric, isn't it?
It is.
Those are our printed denims. I've got some plain denim, some solid denim, and I'm just going to put them side by side so you can make a comparison on the colour, because I have got dark and I have got medium. So the medium isn't terribly medium, the dark isn't very, very dark, but you can see a clear difference there. I actually think this, rather than medium and dark, this is kind of inky, and this is more of a kind of what I would call a Cornish blue, whereas this is more of a navy. Let's start with the navy. £38.99. This is absolutely beautiful quality. It's the same weight as the others. It's a shirting weight. So it is, I mean, it is beautiful, beautiful quality. And it's a little more than the printed bundles, but it is an absolutely beautiful quality of denim, shirting weight denim. It's gorgeous, very soft, very, very even. That's the dark, 4 metre bundle, remember, for £38.99. And then the medium, same weight, still a shirting weight. So I'm just going to open it out. That's lovely. Now that one, you need, you know those almost like pearl-covered poppers that you can get
lovely.
on a denim shirt?
Yeah.
Perfect.
Very nice.
Really, really nice. This is I love this colour. Again, this is holiday. Do I need a holiday? I keep talking about holiday.
Yeah, you obviously do.
I'm off for 3 weeks from today. Nearly 3 weeks. I haven't left, by the way. I will be back. I will be back. I'm working on my new book. I'm not on holiday at all. It's not a holiday at all. No, I need to go with some florals now, please. I've got these two gorgeous. This is a linen viscose mix, isn't it? And I've got two different colourways. This is a bit of all right. Let's do the blue first, because it's Ben's favourite. Apparently that matters.
Okay.
Apparently that matters. Right, this is... Oh, look, though. Come and have a feel, Rebecca.
Is it lovely?
Rebecca, come and have a feel.
Oh, nice. That's a nice weight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a little bit heavier than the shirting.
Yeah, it's going to fall really beautifully, though, look.
Show us what you mean by that.
So I'm just sort of gathering it up in my hand, and then look at the drape on that. Beautiful.
Waft it.
Yeah.
Imagine it was a parachute. Dive under. No, that is lovely. That is lovely.
It's beautiful.
Lovely.
It's beautiful.
It's a gorgeous colour, isn't
is.
it? It's really soft and gentle. It's almost a cadet blue, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a really lovely blue.
Are these camellias, something like? Beautiful, soft, gentle. Imagine the different sort of quality or sort of personality of the Augusta, though, done in a denim or this floral.
Look completely different. That's the thing. You could wear them, you know, day after day, and people would not know it was the same dress in all these beautiful fabrics, would they? It would look different in all of them. Gorgeous.
I think that's beautiful.
It is.
Absolutely gorgeous. Now, you get a 4 metre bundle. It's £38.99. I think that's stonking good value, because that's still well under £10 a metre for beautiful quality. This is 54 wide. 54 wide. Oh, sorry. 487 a half metre. I think that is fantastic. I think if you were in JL and saw that on a roll, you'd be thinking 18.99 a metre.
Absolutely, yeah.
I think I certainly would. Now, the other colour, I'm rather more taken with the other colour.
Are you?
I love this colour. I think it's really pretty. And everything I wear, and well, actually, I'm saying that I'm wearing green today, but most things I own are blue. But I really, really love that colour. I just think that's so fresh. This would be beautiful to wear for a wedding or a tea dance, or you know, if the girls are going to the Ritz for an afternoon tea.
Yeah, how lovely would that be?
It is gorgeous. Very, very pretty. Very pretty. Ben, what would you make with this?
What does he say?
Oh, Ben wants it for menswear.
Okay, what would you have, Ben?
A shirt. Ben wants a shirt.
Okay.
Or, actually, a romper would be really nice in that.
It would.
For a girl, for a lady. Oh, that would be lovely. All right. That's that. Gorgeous. Again, same price, $38.99. Right, Kat's favourite. Oh, this one's in the lead. This one's in the lead. This has been the most popular fabric. Oh, this is lovely, actually. That is a bit of all right. Look at that. Oh, yeah, that is gorgeous. Painterly. Do you want a little feel?
It's lovely, isn't it?
It's important, though, isn't it, to feel fabric?
Oh, yeah, definitely. Yeah. Yeah, if you go in a fabric shop, take a bit off the roll and see. You need to do that because you need to put it up and see how it falls, because then you'll know then if it's right for the pattern that you're choosing. You know, because things look very different on a roll than they do when you're handling them.
Yeah.
You can see what they're like.
This is so
That's beautiful,
soft as
isn't
well,
it?
isn't it? It's really soft.
Very nice.
Gorgeous.
I can see Kat in that, can't you?
Oh, completely.
Yeah.
Beautiful. $38.99. $38.99 for that. Absolutely gorgeous. Right, I've got two more options. Well, this is quite suitable, isn't it? Yeah, isn't it lovely? This is the Chartreuse enzyme washed linen. It's beautiful, absolutely beautiful. This is a really soft linen. It's enzyme washed, and what that means is it's been washed to soften it. It is gorgeous. I'll just show you. If I hold that up, you just see, again, it's got that lovely drape and fall. Isn't it gorgeous? It's linen, and linen has a natural sheen to it, which gives that almost like a shine, almost like silk, isn't it? And it gives sort of multi-dimensional kind of effect. But also linen's incredibly strong as a fibre. Beautiful. Love that colour. Well, it's perfect summer wear, isn't it, linen? I always associate wearing linen with summer. Yeah. There's kind of just effortless elegance. And then last of all, I've got navy linen. Now, I could really do with this because I really, really want almost tunic top and trousers in navy linen.
Okay.
Rebecca,
Okay.
I really, really want that.
Okay.
Making
We can sort that for you. Don't worry.
Is it really? Ooh,
Yeah.
Isn't that beautiful? I love that. That is gorgeous. $49.99. Absolute. Oh, sorry.
Such a lovely colour, isn't it?
It is a beautiful
Yeah,
colour.
it is.
Really deep, really inky. This would be nice.
Would be.
This would be really nice. Again, stash it. It works out at $12.50 a metre.
It's really good.
It's a good price, that.
Very
isn't
good.
It?
It is.
Very, very competitive.
What you're getting, yeah.
$12.49 per metre. $6.24 a half metre. When you break it down like that, you know, it puts it into context, especially when I think about quilt weight cottons and how much they cost. Okay, right. Oh, sorry, I couldn't understand what you said then, Ben. I thought you said you had a first on, but it's thirst. He has a thirst for a demo.
It's a thirst for a demo. Oh,
Can we
I
please have a
better do something then, hadn't
Apparently
I?
Ben's thirsty. Pour me a demo.
Demo. Right.
Thank you.
Right. Okay. So I'm going to concentrate on the neckline because I think that's the bit that probably people would want to see the most. So
Yes.
I'm going to concentrate on that, and you know, if we get any further, that's brilliant. We'll do what we can. So first things first. So you've got the as Stuart was talking about, you've got these French darts that you're talking about.
Can
So
you tell us about French
yeah, so a
darts?
French dart is I mean, actually, these are usually I would expect a French dart to come a bit lower, slightly lower. But I can see what they're doing because it's when it's actually it's not just shaping the bust. It's actually shaping around the waist and to the hips. So a French dart can actually go from your bust point to your hip, as far as your hip, and it'll just give a little bit of shaping without having, you know, a definite waist or hip. So that's what a French seam is. Because obviously, usually your bust seam will go from your bust point straight out to the side, or if you've got a seam going from the waist up to your bust point, it'll just do that. Whereas this kind of covers your bust, your waist, and sometimes your hip as well. So
got you.
that's what, yeah.
So it's actually doing quite a lot there, that
It
French
is.
dart.
Yeah, it is.
Hard-working dart.
It is a hard-working dart, yeah. I don't know why it's called a French dart. Presumably it was perfected in France.
Yes. I'm prepared to accept that from you, Rebecca.
I think that would probably
Yeah.
be a good...
If you say it, I'll believe it.
Okay.
Yeah, for sure.
Somebody will look it up now and go, no, that's not. That's not what
Well, it's what I
it means
used
at all."
to do when I was a school teacher.
Oh, of
Rebecca,
course.
Right? If I didn't know, I'd just sort of assume and just say it with such confidence as
Yeah, well, there you go. I've said it now.
Yeah.
So there we go. So your front piece, obviously you can see you've got this really deep V here, which is where your the two collar pieces are going to go. So you've got really important that you transfer the marks that are on here. So you've got marks just under here, under the V, which is the position of the end of your collar. And then you've got these positions here as well, because I don't know if we can take a look back at, sorry, Stuart.
Yes.
Model. Yeah, there you go. So you've got this piece here that comes over the top of the collar here.
We'll
so
just take the camera down a tiny bit,
Okay.
then you can show us just down to about here.
There we go. So I mean, this is a real feature
Yes.
of the dress and the shirt, is that bit at the bottom.
Hello.
There you go.
There you go.
There she is.
So this is the asymmetrical neckline.
Yeah. So this is what gives it makes it different to just a normal collar, because it's a real design feature, and it's it sort of draws your eye in, doesn't it?
It really does.
Yeah. So make sure that you transfer all of those marks onto the front, because otherwise, as you start to make it, you'll get a bit lost. So I've already done my darts, but in the instruction booklet, they don't do the darts till later. So the reason that I've done those is so that I can do my overlocking to make sure that I don't get any of those edges frayed. So you won't be able to do any sort of finishing on the side there until you've actually put your dart in, because it's at an angle, and there's no way you'd be able to get your overlocker around that angle. So don't try. Hence why I've left the neck here without anything, because you just can't get you won't be able to get an overlocker through that. So we're not going to try.
No way, Jose.
No, we're not going to try. So we're going to move, turn it over to the front, and obviously you've got all your marks in there. So the collar, so you've got 2 different shapes for your collar. So that one goes that side, and this one goes this side. So this one is your smaller one, because when that's attached and that's attached, that is going to sit over the top and hide all of that under there, so you haven't got to worry about it. So we're gonna attach this one first. So you've got one side, it has got your iron-on interfacing on. Again, make sure that you mark through everything. My tack line here is where this folds back, which you can take out, obviously, once you've put it on. But it's just nice to have that in so that you're aware of where that fold line is at all times.
I thought that earlier on when you were prepping, because you hadn't put that in, had you? And I said, I think you need a second tack line.
He did. He came out and said, yeah. I was putting in a second tack line.
Rebecca made the mistake of saying to me, I thought I needed a second tack line here. I said, oh gosh, absolutely.
Yeah. Stuart put me straight, didn't you? Stuart came in and said, I eyed that. He said, aye.
It's the first time I've put anybody straight, I think.
Right, okay. So with the side that isn't interfaced, we're going to attach to this side of the dress. So again, I've got my mark here. Hope you can see it. I've done it in red so that you can see it. So I'm just going to put my pin through there, and then I'm going to match it up to the notch that I've got there, and just position that in place, and then that will fit perfectly up to your neckline. This is why, really important that you do get all those notches on.
Dressmaking always makes sense to me when you do it.
Oh,
I love
bless
watching your demos, because it sort of, I sit there, I stand there nodding and thinking, now I understand why you did that.
Yeah, that's it. And also, I have always been a visual learner. So I'm far better if I can watch something than reading it through.
Me too.
And this is really good because everything is, there's a diagram for everything. So even though it's all written down, you've got a diagram there to follow every step of the way.
It's true to say these standalone indie patterns are more expensive than buying that kind of traditional kind of packet, tissue paper patterns. However, they really are like a detailed course in how to make that garment.
Yeah,
Whereas
absolutely.
the paper packets, you really, really do need to be able to, you need to know already what you're doing.
Yeah, you do. But even though all my years of experience, I still sometimes look at these and think, I don't know what that's saying, because it sounds a bit complicated.
Yeah.
And I always think if somebody is quite new to dressmaking, it really needs to be explained. But if you can back it up with the visual,
yes.
then
and as you said, there are literally pictures for every single step, everything, even like detailed layouts, and not just this sort of information with the interfacing is normally on a packet pattern that would be on the layout, but it's actually detailed individually where to trim.
Yes.
Where to trim, where to place everything, I think it's much more detailed.
Yeah, because it tells you, obviously, when you come to put the collar together, you trim around I'll just try and show you here, look. So you trim, where am I? There we go. The part that you've got your interfacing on, you just trim that, but you leave the other one.
Okay.
So that it graduates it and it just makes it softer, so that when you're ironing, when you come to iron that, it's not going to be a hard line.
No, or bulky.
Yeah. So it's all about graduating that, really.
It's very quick. I mean, it looks so wonderfully crisp in the enzyme washed linen.
Yes.
You're using the chartreuse, aren't you?
Yes.
Which is divine.
Yes, let me just give that a little press if I may,
course.
Stuart. Thank you very much.
Again, it's, you know, fabric choice is so important, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah, it is.
And I guess sometimes as well, it's not about, it's wrong, but it will just create a different garment, a more structured one, a more casual
yes,
one.
yeah. I mean, I was just thinking when you were going through, you know, some of the lighter weight fabrics would be great for, you know, on holiday over your costume by the
lawn?
Yeah, something that you can just throw on.
Yeah.
Because it is very much that sort of thing.
Yes.
You know, it's so then what we're going to do is so I've already ironed my seam allowance there on the interfacing side, so that's holding really nicely. So then I'm going to flip that over and pin that down because I want to be able to do my top stitching from the right side. So I'm just going to make sure that I'm pinning that through and that is grabbing the other side for me nicely.
Oh, Cheryl sent me a little message to say there are no programmes showing on the TV guide for next week for Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday. Is there a reason? Not because we're not on air, Cheryl. We will get onto it. Thank you for telling us. Thank you for... Well, actually, Monday we're not on air, are we? Because of Hobby Maker's birthday. So Monday, next Monday... There isn't any Sewing Street. I know. But they did give up their day for us on our birthday, so it's only fair. It's their second birthday. But Tuesday and Wednesday, it would definitely be back on air. We'll have a look at that and see why that's not showing. Thanks for letting us know, Cheryl.
Okay, just doing that top stitch.
Bit of top stitch, yeah.
Bit of top stitch. It'll all get hidden as well anyway. You actually don't see your beautiful top stitching.
Oh, so is this more understitch?
Because this is no, it is a top. Well, it's to attach the bottom, you know, the opening. But obviously, do it as nicely as you possibly can.
Yeah.
Because you may see a little glimpse of it. Okay, so. That's the first one in.
Oh,
and as you can see, when you fold that back, that's going to sit like that. There we go, okay?
It's lovely, isn't it? And look as well, I just need to flip it back again as well. So there's that line of top stitching that you just did.
Yeah.
You just look, every step looks so neat and precise and just crisp. It's lovely.
Yeah, it is. It is lovely. Okay, so then we're going to take this and flip it over. And you have to cut in, which is always a bit of a scary, but it's to enable this to all sit really nicely. So we're just going to go from so I hope you could see, there was like a little square in the neckline. And I'm just going to cut from that one side of the square into the corner where I've just sewn.
Oh, I see.
So we're just going to cut that through. This is where you need nice sharp scissors. But obviously don't go, there we go, don't go too far. So then we're going to, you've got the wrong side facing up.
Excuse me.
And then you're going to turn that piece down so that this little bit here is sticking up. Okay, and then what we're going to do is we're going to sew from this corner out, but we don't want to catch the dress underneath. So we're just going to go from this corner and across. It's just to hold this little section together, so that when we come to do the collar on the other side,
right,
it
doesn't move.
Yes, it's all nice and neat.
Yeah, because it's such a lovely feature
Yeah.
of this shirt or dress, of course.
Yes.
And I love how on the main one that we've got made, this is the short sleeve, like a cap sleeve almost.
Yeah.
And you've got that option in both the shirt and the dress, but you've also got a long sleeve version.
That's the thing, you can chop and change, can't
Yeah.
you? That's the great thing about it. So actually this dress could take you through all seasons.
Yeah. I'd quite like a bell sleeve on this.
Oh yes, that'd be nice.
Do you know what I mean?
Yes, I do.
Well,
I love
I know you do.
I love a bell sleeve.
Yeah, I do. I think they're beautiful.
Sleeves are underrated in my opinion.
Well, a sleeve's a sleeve, but
Yeah.
menswear often. A sleeve's a sleeve.
Yes, it is, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a
Yeah.
bit of a shame, really, because I remember once I was looking on Pinterest and I found this. It was almost like a poster of different sleeve styles, and there was another one which was different collar styles. Oh, I could have looked at it all day. The variety
I
that
know.
there is.
I know. I do that. I look at videos of just these amazing constructed sleeves, and it just blows your mind.
Oh yeah, I like a Lego mutton.
And then, oh yes, that's one of my favourites.
Just because I like the name.
One of
Lego
my
mutton.
favourites, that is. One
Yes.
of my favourites.
Is it?
Yes,
Why?
it is. I just love the shape. I just think there's just something about it. I don't
Bring
know.
them back.
Yeah.
Let's bring them back.
Yeah. I'll
And
do
the
you a
other one
shirt
yeah.
with a leg of
Oh, yes, or I love, do you remember the Filipino style butterfly sleeve? Do you remember those? Imelda Marcos.
Oh.
All the way, where it's a really high sleeve that puffed up higher than the shoulder line.
Yes.
Fabulous.
There's so much you can do. Right, so I'm now attaching the second collar. So as you can see, I've cut into this. So when you sew round this one, you're going all the way round and then up a bit. So there's another notch there that you need to obviously mark in so you know where to stop. Because this is the bit that you're going to see when it's stitched on. You're going to see that. And this corresponds here down to a notch here. So I'm just going to make sure that I get that in exactly the right place. There we go. And then again, that should just fit
That matches up
perfectly,
beautifully.
which it does.
Love for you from Bex, who says, morning, Stuart. I have to say, I love Rebecca's demos. She's so knowledgeable and explains everything so well. I learned so much.
Oh, thank you. That's what a lovely message. Thank you very much.
But I mean, you've taught costume and in
have.
college
Yeah,
and
I have.
university.
Yeah, I did indeed. Yes, with my lovely students.
Yeah. Who I bet adored you.
Well, not sure you can say, can you?
I don't know. Did
I
they?
don't know. We had fun.
Yeah.
We had fun, and some of them have gone on to, work in the industry. So
Have you been mentioned in
that's
an Oscars
good.
acceptance speech yet?
Oh, not yet.
It'll happen. It's only a matter of time.
Well, I mean, I hope so. I made a dress for. Did you know I made a dress for a costume designer who won the Oscar, and she was in my dress.
Just a minute. Just a minute. Say that again. So you made the acceptance speech dress.
Dress, yeah. Well, it was highly thought that she was going to win it.
Right.
And the company that I worked for, Angels, said to her, "You've got to have a dress." And she said, "Well, no,
I mean,
I'll
you can't
just
just turn up in a dressing gown to a thing like that.
I've
tried.
Yeah. So I loved it. Lindy Hemming, if you look her up, she won it for Topsy Turvy. And she's such a lovely lady. She did 4 weddings and a funeral.
Oh.
And the bonds with
Didn't John Scott get the
Pierce.
Oscar for that?
Piers. Well, John worked with her. John worked with her, but he didn't. I don't think he worked on Topsy Turvy.
No,
he didn't.
No.
I don't think
but
he worked on it.
But he did work on Notting Hill.
Yes, he
He's
did.
mentioned it so many times.
Yes,
Joking.
He did. He did work on it. Yeah, but anyway, so she always wore. It was linen.
Yeah.
Always wore. I've never saw her in anything else. A very oversized top, and baggy trousers, and that's what she was going to wear.
Right.
And the people at Angels said, no.
No, you ain't.
You can't go. So they said, have you not got anything? Anyway, she had the most beautiful beaded, like long jacket, but nothing else.
Right.
So they came to me in the workroom and said, right, you have to make a blue dress to go, a blue and a black dress to go under it. So, with no time at all in which to do it, of course. So I did that, and lo and behold, she did indeed win.
Absolutely.
I have a little newspaper cutting of her in her dress.
That's so cool. So that was worn to the Oscars.
So that was worn to the Oscars.
Because normally, I mean, Coco Chanel's falling over her Cuban heels to try and get the person in one of their dresses.
Yeah.
But you dressed her.
Well, I mean, I had a small hand in it, but she's such a lovely person. She phoned
She's just done the
from
new Wonka. She's just done the new Wonka.
Lindy did.
Yes.
Did she? Oh, there you go. Yeah, but she.
Is this her?
That's it. Underneath that she's wearing underneath, and the neck, the scarf.
Yeah.
Did that as well.
You made
yeah,
that?
There she is.
You
There's
see,
Lindy.
I've said it before and I shall say it again.
There she
We get the best guests, the best experts, proper industry experts here on Sewing Street.
Oh, and she
Yeah,
brought,
legend.
She brought her Oscar in, so I have actually held. Yeah, she was so grateful. She's such a lovely lady.
That's
yes.
amazing. Sorry for that thumbs up, by the way. Kat's just brought me a cup of tea. There we go.
Wet your whistle.
It's in my You Crafty Stitch mug. Actually, it's not You Crafty Stitch. It says Sewing Street. Did you get your mug last week for birthday? This is a celebration of Sewing Street, 4 years old.
Is it? I can't believe that.
I'm just glad we got the
believe it.
terrible twos over with, They're difficult years, aren't they?
They can be.
But
They
four,
can
it's
be.
getting ready for school.
Yeah.
Starting to grow up a little bit.
Yeah.
Oh, Sue's got her order in. She says, latte, milk and 1 sugar, please, Kat. Got no chance. Oh, no. No, Kat only makes for me.
Right, so I've cut in again. So if I turn it like that, let me turn it this way so you can see. So I hope you can see that there. So there's like a little, so I've little triangle there, and I've cut into each side just to allow that some movement. So that when you come to bring the two together, it'll sit nicely.
Lovely, nice and flat. You don't want it pinched,
No,
do you?
no, you definitely don't. So now that's what we're going to do. We're going to assemble this collar. So I'm just going to put a pin in there so that stays where it is. And then fold this one back along that fold line. And again, just put a pin at the top. So, and then
Oh, I
these,
love it
these,
in the linen.
These 2 marks here, then you'll see then,
Yep.
so that hits that mark there. That one comes
Watch
over.
your head, my love.
Sorry, there we go. Be good if you could
Cameras, they're
see,
in the
wouldn't
wrong
it? It'd be
position.
good if you could see, wouldn't it? It said not just the top of my head, which is not at all appealing. Right. So just make sure before you push that bit over. So the little triangle is folding onto the front. You've got your raw edge as well on the front, and then that folds over the top. Place that where it wants to fit, and just pin it down in place.
Isn't that smashing?
And then
in the chartreuse linen.
Yeah.
That would be amazing in the navy blue linen.
oh, it would.
Beautiful.
It would look amazing. So I'm just going to put that pin in there, and then I can take that one out of there because I know that that is now sitting beautifully. And then you are going to sew up that that fold line a certain amount of the way. You're going to stitch up there. And then it all gets in case. So if I turn it over, so you see here how that is folded over, and all you do is just do a little slip stitch there so that that doesn't poke back through, and then you've got no untidy, no untidiness going on
So you
there.
grab a needle and thread and put up a little stitch.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
Just do a little
It's
stitch
all the little
there.
things you can't see that make the difference.
Yeah, it's all going on behind the seams.
Yes. Oh, that's a wonderful segue to John Scott's
Thank you.
brand new, isn't it? You've done loads, haven't you, for John?
Oh, for John. Oh, yeah, no, that
Channel.
was
I'm
funny.
super excited.
Yeah, that was
excited.
that was good fun. A couple of days in Warrington.
Did you
yeah.
have good fun? Did you have lots of laughs?
We did. They're a lovely team up there that worked with John on that. Yeah, really, really lovely team.
Fabulous,
Yeah.
fabulous. Christine says, morning, gorgeous people. Welcome, nice to hear from you. She says, love the linen. I have it in the chartreuse. Very, very nice. Now, Viv says, it's so nice at last to be thought of. A left-handed mug. Woohoo! Now, and Sue says, oh, I bet it was a misprint. It's not. Do you know, interestingly, I always use my left hand for mugs, and I'll tell you why. I know exactly why. It's because I have my sewing machine is here, and I am sewing. All the cables are out here. My tea is always on my left because my sewing machine is here in my right hand.
Yes, I'm like that
Bring
as
it
well.
across.
Yes.
So I don't know if that was the thought, but I'm right-handed, but I always pick my because I'm busy doing things with my right.
Yes. Very good. That is a very good point.
You crafty Stitch. Oh, you crafty Stitch. Oh, we have a laugh, don't we, Rebecca?
Oh, I love seeing
Crafty
you,
Stitch.
Stuart.
Oh, bless. We haven't seen each other for
I
ages.
know.
I've really missed you.
I've
And
missed you too.
We often have our little lunches,
We
don't
do.
we?
We go and have a
Which-
carvery, don't we?
It's before Christmas,
Yes.
and it's nearly March.
I know. That's just it's not on, is it? Really?
Ridiculous.
It is ridiculous. Don't worry, I will come and pester you at some point.
Because creativity is 40% fabric and thread and yarn and loveliness, but about 60% tea, cake and lunch.
Absolutely.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
what I
Talking
signed
about
up.
it
Yes.
isn't
Yes.
it? That's the lovely thing to do.
Well, that's the lovely thing about John's channel
Is
too,
to
of
have a
course.
chat
There's
about
lots
it.
of lovely chat.
Yes, there is.
Exciting.
Yeah, there's lots of chat. There we go. So I'll give that a little press. And press that over so that that sits nicely, and that one sits nicely. And
Oh.
there we go.
Beautiful.
There we go. So I don't know how much time
Oh,
we
just
have.
raise up time. You've got about 10, about 8
There.
more minutes. We're going to go to about 10 past.
Oh,
aren't we,
okay,
then?
okay.
That is absolutely gorgeous. That's so smart, isn't it?
It is lovely.
It's
Yeah,
beautiful.
it is lovely.
Absolutely beautiful. Oh, I just need to say a quick good morning
Go on.
to my youngest fan. is 6 months old. Morning, we must be 7 months old by now, Alana. Morning, Simon. Morning. He talks to me. He talks to me. Yeah, morning, Simon.
He likes your voice, obviously.
Because, I don't know, it's baby.
It must be.
You sound like a baby? Maybe, I don't
No,
Morning, Simon.
Because you've got a lovely, soft voice, haven't you? So babies, that would
Respond.
be, yeah, that would be nice for babies.
Did I miss my
wouldn't it?
vocation?
Oh, I don't know. Well, you were a teacher.
Probably
for little
not.
ones,
Yeah,
weren't
we
you?
didn't let babies in.
No, no.
So what can
Oh,
you
great.
show us in
Right.
the last few minutes?
Okay, so let's just have a right. So the back.
Yes.
The back. Now it's got a
Back.
yoke. I love a yoke. You've got
Let
a
me
yoke.
grab, I'm just going to turn the mannequin around. Oh, it's lovely actually. Shall I can, do you want it? There, look, there we go. That is lovely. Now I wish we'd seen the back sooner actually. That is really lovely. You've got that nice, quite deep pleat in the back, which gives you room to sort of move, doesn't it?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah,
That
that lovely
yoke.
vent.
Yeah.
Yes.
That lovely yoke. Because I always think, you know, even when you want to be casual, comfortable, it's nice to have some areas of a garment that are more fitted, where they don't
Yes.
stop you feeling comfortable.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
And just there is one part of the body. It doesn't actually move that much. It's underneath here
Yes.
that moves more. And you've got that lovely pleat there.
Well, it's just such a lovely detail, isn't it?
Gorgeous.
It's lovely. It's really nice.
Don't forget, if you want the pattern, it's from Grainline Studios. We've got the details on screen for the 14 to 30. That's a D cup, based around a D cup, and they're US sizes. So UK, that would equate to a size 16 to a size 32. 4 views, short sleeve, long sleeve, dress, or shirt, so you can mix and match. And then we've got the smaller sizes. We'll pop those details up next. Same price, $19.99. This is size 0 to size 18.
Yeah.
And that's a UK 2 to 20. So again, good. Oh, and that's based off a B cup as well. Now, Rebecca has been using the fabulous Brother FS250 FE, which stands for Fashion Edition.
Oh, I didn't know that.
No, most people don't realise, we don't mention it,
No.
but it's a special edition, fashion edition, because you get 7 extra dressmaking feet thrown in, no extra pennies.
Oh, it's such a
Bias
good
binding, attaching foot, gathering foot, Teflon or non-stick foot, you get a pin tuck foot, straight. It's amazing.
I love it. I
7 extra
absolutely
feet.
love this machine.
Do you?
Yeah,
Tell me
I
why.
really do. Well, I always get Brother anyway, always have done. But it's just got so much. I mean, I really don't use mine to its full potential, really.
Who does?
But I mean, there's like you've just saying, all those feet, and then you've got all these stitches. Do you know what it is for me? It's the buttonholes because I don't have a buttonhole machine, which are thousands and thousands. I'd love one, but can't have one. But so when I do anything that's got a buttonhole on it, I always think that's make or break.
It really is.
It's the difference between something looking homemade and something looking professional.
Mm-hmm.
And I've never really found a machine that's had a really good buttonhole on it. But this one I love it. I absolutely
Isn't that
love
amazing?
it. Plus,
£399.
it's got, it's got what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's about 5 or 6. Plus, they've got keyhole buttonholes.
Mm-hmm. Oh, it's amazing.
I love a keyhole buttonhole.
Me too.
And
the
there's-
range is amazing.
And there's 3 different ones.
Yeah.
So
It's
for
fab,
me,
isn't it?
I'd buy. I literally had it just for that, to be honest.
Yeah.
And then everything else is just a massive bonus.
It's a bonus.
Yeah.
Fabulous. Carol's got in touch to say, I bought this machine last autumn. I love it.
Yeah.
It is terrific. I honestly think you would never regret buying it. And even though you may not use all the stitches all the time, they're there when you need them.
Yeah.
I need to say a couple of quick messages, by the way. Kathleen says, I love Rebecca. She is so knowledgeable and explains so clearly. My mum is also watching too. So can you say hello to Jenny, please? Morning, Jenny.
Jenny. Thanks, Kathleen.
Lots of love to you both. Enough, even though I've hand sewn for years, I always learn from you. And Christine says, my gorgeous hubby Gary isn't very well. He's watching Sewing Street with me. Could we wish him well? Because for the first time, he's off work, and it's the first time in years. He's a very hard-working man, and I love him so much. Gary,
Get well soon.
lots of love from us. Get well soon. And Christine, I know you'll be doing a great job of looking after Gary whilst watching Sewing Street. You know, a couple that watch Sewing Street together stay together.
Absolutely.
Beautiful. Right, okay. Thank you so much, Rebecca.
you.
Can't wait for your next hour.
See you in an
In fact,
hour.
I'll see you in less than an hour.
Yeah.
I'll see you after the break for a slightly shorter sewing tools hour. Don't go anywhere. Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Are you having trouble finding the ideal gift for that someone special? Then why not treat them to a Sewing Street gift card? Simply head over to the website and scroll down to the bottom of the page and click where it says gift cards. You can decide between posting the card or delivery by email, then decide the value that you would like to send. Whether it's for a birthday, a special occasion, or just a way to say thank you, the Sewing Street gift card is the perfect answer.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Hey there, slightly shorter hour this one. About 45 minutes, because we want our lovely guests back on air. But I have got some really lovely things in this section of the morning, so let's dive in. The first thing I want to mention is Carolyn Forster's amazing new book, String Quilts. Now, it was an exclusive launch at 8 o'clock this morning. Carolyn was here with the amazing samples from her new book. It's all about string quilting, those thin strips, those little edges of fabric that you think you couldn't ever do anything with, but you still won't throw away because they're gorgeous. Well, this is a whole book utilising this, ageless technique. It's been around for centuries, but reimagined and refreshed. Some of the most exquisite quilts I've seen in a long time. I don't normally make other people's quilts. I want to make all of these. I just think they're absolutely stunning, so inspiring. Now, you can't buy the book anywhere else right now. It is not on, its publication date is the 31st of March, and that's when it will be available for Carolyn to sell on Amazon in Waterstones. However, we've got a 5-week head start? More than that, in fact, I think. You can get your copy home. Now, we had signed copies, they completely sold out. We do have unsigned copies. It's the same fabulous book, the same fabulous in-depth techniques. Loads of ideas for quilting your quilts as well. It's not just, make the quilt and now it's over to you. If you go along to any of the quilt shows, Carolyn will probably be there. Take the book along and get it signed. That's my favourite quilt from the whole book. I absolutely love the stars and spiders webs. It's absolutely exquisite. You can get your copy. Now, hundreds and hundreds of you missed out this morning. There were over 300 of you with this book in your baskets when it sold out. So we've managed to get more stock in. It is unsigned. However, it's the same beautiful book. It's the same fabulous projects. Carolyn has said she's more than happy to sign your copy if you take it along to a quilt show where she'll be, so you can get it signed. But you're getting this 5 weeks earlier than general release. So you could have made your first quilt. You won't just be taking the book along for Carolyn to sign. You'll be taking pictures of your quilt. Now, almost no scrap is too small to make into a string quilt. They're scrappy, they're fun, they're spontaneous. But what Carolyn does in the book is explains how to tame your scraps, how to create order out of chaos. And it's so beginner friendly. It is so beginner friendly. When you're making your string pieced fabric, you don't cut accurately. You don't even need to sew accurately. Everything gets trimmed down. It's stable. It's easy. And the results are incredible. There are large quilts. There are small quilts. There are smaller projects like a pin cushion and little accessories. There's a basket. Beautiful gift. Oh, look, there's the front. Party round the back. Oh, love that. Little table runner. Just beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Grab your copy while you can. I'm super jealous that I haven't got my copy secured yet. I'm hoping there'll be one left for me at the end. Not sure about that, but hey, live in hope. Right, next up I wanted to mention our early bird, because whether you're a dressmaker, a quilter, a bag maker, this is such a fantastic deal. I don't want you to miss out on this. It's almost sold out. It's Creative Grids. It is an 8-inch wide by 24-inch long acrylic ruler, 1/8 of an inch wide for rotary cutting. It has all those regular marks you'd expect in inches, single, quarter, half inch and so on. Okay. But it's also got all of the 1/8 of an inch marks on there as well. It's called the Itty Bitty 1/8 ruler because it helps you to cut those 2 7/8, 1 3/8 and so on, squares that we cut for, especially for half square triangles, but you can use it to cut anything really. Now normally £29.99, we never normally drop the price on Creative Grids, but you're saving £10. You're saving £10 and I've literally got 30 of these rulers left. Hundreds went this morning. They all have, the back of the ruler is absolutely covered in non-slip gripper dots, which stop those missed cuts that when you're cutting and the ruler moves and you end up with a useless, well, not useless strip of fabric anymore because you can use those strips for your string piecing. But I mean, if it's precious fabric and you've only got a certain amount, you don't want to waste any. So grab this, it's a brilliant deal. It's also really useful to have a second big ruler for when you want to measure, say for example, long border strips, where your ruler isn't long enough to cut. Remember, 2 of these rulers, edge to edge, is enough to measure out 96 inches of quilt fabric folded in half. So they're really useful to have a second ruler anyway. And at £19.99, it'd be rude not to. It would be rude not to. Grab that while you can. It's today's early bird. All right. A third of the remaining stock has gone. In fact, more than that. I had 20 left. I've just been told I've got 19 left. 18 left now, 16 left now. So this is going, 54 in baskets, 16 left. This is going to sell out. So if you want to get it, check out your basket right now. Yeah, don't be disappointed. Don't be disappointed. Remember, 300 people missed out on a signed copy of String Quilts this morning. It's all about who presses check out. Let's talk calico. Let's talk by the half metre first of all. We have the most beautiful quilters pre-shrunk calico. I haven't seen this anywhere else. The quality is superb. It is a quilt weight cotton weight. In fact, it's just ever so slightly lighter than a regular quilt weight cotton. Ever so slightly, ever so slightly. It's not a shirting weight, but it's somewhere in between the two. Hardly worth mentioning. Very finely woven, very, very soft, stable, and you'll see how drapeable it is, and that's because it's pre-washed. If you've ever bought the calico that isn't washed, it's as stiff as a board. It's like, it's like painter's cloths, you know, they're really stiff, like a sail. This is pre-washed, pre-shrunk. It's not full of sizing, but it feels really stable. The reason why a lot of that really cheap fabrics are full of sizing is because it feels like quality until you wash it and then it feels like rag. Now, this is pre-washed. So it's pre-shrunk, so everything's tightened up. It's absolutely perfect to go with. And it's still finely woven, soft, stable. It feels quality because it is quality. It's £2.99 a half metre. It's actually 60 inches wide. I can tell because it's the biggest stretch I can do. 60 inches wide. Now imagine that for a quilt backing. You could use that to back a quilt up to about 56 inches wide. So that's a good kind of, single bed size, wall hanging size width, any length, of course. But also you could join 2 widths of that, and then you've got almost 120 inches wide with 1 single seam. Well, I'd be prepared to do that to back a king-size quilt, especially when you consider it's £2.99 a half metre. Brilliant fabric as well for doing red work on, blue work embroidery, dyeing, santangling. What about using it to make toiles? Rebecca mentioned in the last hour when we were talking about increasing the size or the bust size. This is also really lovely to include in your piecing. So again, I'm just thinking about Carolyn's fabulous new book, String Quilts. So the background for the applique would be beautiful in the quilter's calico, or something like this, the snowball quilt. This background would be lovely. You could, something like this quilt here, instead of using a print in this cross, you could use the quilter's calico. This fabric actually, Ollie, let's just see this picture. Brilliant, thank you. Though where it's blue, that could be quilt weight calico if you wanted more of a, almost a homespun look. It's perfect. It's perfect. But also things like the backs of cushions, backing table runners, anything like that. Grab it while you can. Now that's £2.99 metre, but we're actually approaching limited stock by the half metre. This can sell out, and it's rather a hard one to get back in stock, actually. It can take a few weeks. Now, that's by the half metre, but if you want the best way to buy, the most economical way to buy, but also the way to buy that means you've always got your 60-inch wide pre-washed calico to hand, go for the bolt. You get 25 metres of calico on the bolt. Now that, remember, is 60 inches wide, 3 metres in one piece, another 3 metres in one piece. So that's just 6 metres. That's a quarter of this bolt stitched together would back a Super King quilt, all right, for a quarter of this. Now, a quarter in money is about £31, £32 to back a Super King size quilt, £31.24. Now, if you're going to back a Super King size quilt with an extra wide backing, and an extra wide backing is a much more economical way of backing a quilt than buying individual fabrics and seaming them together, quilt weight cottons, you're still looking at probably, well, what would be 3 metres, please, at, what is it, about £28, £29 a metre. Well, it's about £90, isn't it, thereabouts. Yep, £24.99. Yep, £75. Yeah, £74.97, okay. This is about £30 to back your Super King size quilt using calico, which you can dye. So if you want navy blue backing, seam it together with navy thread. I would overlock the edges as well, just as or you could zigzag, and then into the washing machine with a Dylon navy dye. You can draw on calico, you can tie-dye it, you can paint it, you could batik it, you could tie-dye it, you could tie-dye it, you can applique onto it. It's so useful. You can make toiles out of it. Now, you're saving £24.50 by buying this. It makes it £2.49 a half metre. £2.49 a half metre, and remember, it's 60 inches wide. I know it's not the prettiest. It may not be the most exciting fabric you've ever bought, but it's probably the most essential, the most useful. It's probably the one that you will reach for more than any other. What about lining bags? What about doing a test run? For example, the blouse, the Grainline Studio Augusta shirt. Now that neckline, that was a little bit out of most of our area of expertise. I think most of us would want to practice that neckline. Well, do it with your calico. Definitely don't do it with your gorgeous enzyme washed linen. Practice with calico. Test the size, check the size before you commit. It's a fantastic thing. Wendy's messaged in to say, I absolutely love your calico. I made some lovely tote bags with it. Well, Wendy, what a good point. It's not just for the lining of bags. What about making calico shopping bags, gifting them to your friends? What about personalising them, excuse me, with applique or braid or ribbon, or your button collection is an idea. Large square, maybe 16 or 18 inch square, divide that up with the calico, divide it up into maybe 2-inch squares with a friction pen, layer it with some H640 and some more calico on the back, big stitch quilting into a grid, and then get your button tin, all those buttons you've been saving, the precious ones, and sew a single button in the center of each of those squares on the calico. Make that up into a cushion cover or a bag front as a way of displaying your precious buttons and using them. What a beautiful thing that would be. Beautiful, I love it. I love it. So inspiring because it's literally a blank canvas. It's a blank canvas. Right, I'm going to move that along. Now, there's one thing I want to talk about before we go over and look at the sewing machine. It's dressmaking pattern paper. So again, it's one of those blank canvas. Oh, not that one then. It's one of those blank canvases. I can't see the gridded one. Okay, do we have a picture? Yeah, we got a picture, right. Okay, so this is Prim Dressmakers pattern paper and it's gridded. It's $11.99 and that's for 10 metres in a roll. And it's 100 centimetres wide, so it's 1 metre wide by 10 metres in length. It's gridded all over with a kind of cross and dot, I think. Now, what that means, this is actually better than plain paper for dressmaking because it means, for example, if you're lengthening or shortening pattern pieces, if you're smoothing out a line, a curve, if you're increasing a curve, you've got reference points to go to. It's also really, really useful if you are a bag maker or you want to be a bag maker and you want to make your own patterns or you want to adapt the size, the shape, maybe add a little bit more shape to a plain bag flap. You can do that with this gridded paper. Also, if your bag book or your bag pattern is all rotary cutting and you're not really a rotary cutter, you like to use pattern pieces and scissors, then you can simply draw out your pattern pieces onto the gridded dressmaking paper, cut them out, and then pin them to your fabrics and cut them out dressmaking styly. Really, really easy. Kim's also messaged to say, I use calico to do practice embroidery designs onto. Love that. Love that. Brought my tea with me. Gorgeous. See? Left hand. Always the left hand. Right, let's talk sewing machines. This is the FS250 FE. What's the FE for? It's for fashion edition. I'll mention that. I'll tell you why in just one sec. What a machine. What a machine. You've got 6 inches of throat space from back wall to needle. Good height as well for getting a large project through. Now you've also got an accessory box on the front with all of your feet, many of your feet in. You've also got a free arm, which means that when you're doing things like dressmaking or bag making, you can just slip the accessory box off. You've got a free arm to work with round the back. You've got this handy dandy button right here, which drops your feed dogs. They're the little teeth that carry your fabric through right here. Keep an eye on these. Did you see them disappear? So they've dropped away. So now you control the fabric. You can do free motion stitching. When you bring that button across, nothing happens. As soon as you take your first stitch, the teeth pop back up again. So if you ever get onto your machine and it's not feeding the fabric, the first thing to check is that button. Were you free motion stitching? All right, so I'm going to pop the accessory box back on. Now, you also get an extension table which fits on over the top. You take the accessory box off, you get an extension table. You've got a hard carrying case as well. Now, let's talk about the stitches. You've got, as the name suggests, FS250, you've got 250 stitches to play around with. Rebecca Harrison, one of the absolute, amazing experts that we have here for dressmaking, Oscar dressmaker, Rebecca Harrison, amazing, has this machine and loves it for the quality of the buttonholes. Now, the buttonholes on a machine cannot be underestimated how important they are, a good finish. It's everything, it's the final finish. But look, you've got all these utility stitches, your stretch stitches, your overlocking stitches. Look at all the buttonholes, 8 of them. Patchwork and quilting, piecing, hand quilting look. You've got blanket stitches for applique, and then you've got some lovely heirloom and decorative stitches. That's not all, by no means. Look, more decorative stitches, satin stitches. You've also got these stitches down here which have been mirror imaged. Now, there's your stitches, but look up top. In here, you've got 3 alphabets. Uppercase, you've got a solid alphabet, a cursive alphabet or joined up, and an outline alphabet, plus numbers, punctuation, and European accented letters. Top loading bobbin, easy bobbin winding system as well. It's even got little thread cutters in there. It's very sophisticated for £399, and that, my friends, is because it's not really a £399 machine at all. If you look on the Brother website, the machine's full price is £799. We don't make enough of that. It's actually a half-price machine. And because we sell such huge numbers of these machines, we love it. We know you love it. We have half price, £399, £133 split pay. 133. There's your extension table. Now you can pay £40, £50 for an extension table. You get it included. Another thing I like about the machine, this machine is often used for like as a workshop machine, a travel machine, one that you can take in and out, store away. Look, I love this feature. Okay, so your thread, your spool pin clicks into place. Here's the spool pin cap. This fits on the end. You get 3 different sizes, but I'll show you with that one. Then the whole thing clicks into place. Safe and secure. It's not sticking out. It's not going to get knocked or damaged when you're transporting it. It also has a hard carry case rather than a soft cover. So, I mean, really, the quality is amazing. Here's the Brother website, and there's the price, £799. That's what you could be paying for the machine, but you don't need to. £133 actually is all you need to pay today. Get your split pays, no interest, no forms, no credit checks, just an option. Do you want split pay? Would you rather pay £133 today? Or would you rather pay £399? I mean, it's absolutely entirely up to you. It's whatever works. £3.95 postage. If you've bought anything else today, your postage is paid. No lugging it home from a show. Absolutely fantastic. Now, you also get 7 extra feet because this is the fashion edition. And those, now let's see if I can remember the 7 feet. You get a straight stitch foot. You get a gathering foot. You get a bias binding attaching foot. You get a Teflon or non-stick foot. A 5-groove pin tuck foot. You get a rolled hem foot. And you get one more. And it is the adjustable zipper and piping foot. Get in there. He shoots, he scores. Yep, there. Now, can you imagine? Well, you can have a look if you like. Have a look what you would pay for a brother bias binding attaching foot. Could you do me a search for that, Ben? Because I'd love to know. The brother bias binding attaching foot, how much you would pay for that. I mean, there's 7 extra feet. How much you would pay for a Teflon foot? How many times do we say, oh, if you're sewing with pleather or PU or oilcloth or vinyl, you really need a non-stick or Teflon foot? Well, does your machine come with that? This one does. £26.99 for a bias binding attaching foot. That is what, if we're conservative, and we say that each of the feet might cost you an extra £20, that's £140 of extra feet. You never ever get those feet with any machine. You do not get those feet with any other machine as standard. 7 of them. It's amazing. It's amazing. We don't make enough of the 7 extra feet you get. We just go, oh yeah, and you get these feet. Like, well, why wouldn't you? But you don't normally get those feet. It's such a good deal. It's such a good deal. Brilliant. Absolutely love it to bits. And also it's portable. So if this is your machine that you use at home, and it's a movable feast, you're on the dining table, you're on the bedside chest, you know, you're standing up on a worktop using it. It's easy to move around. Also, great customer support. Brothers tagline is at your side, and it's intuitive, it's easy to use. You've got a great manual, a great video, but you also get dedicated customer support. The phone line is there. There's online support too. Very, very useful. Fab. Love that. Talking of other lovely things you might want, Aliso iron. The Aliso iron. I'm just going to turn it on. This is the Aliso iron. Now, absolutely wonderful iron. I mean, it feels quality, it is quality. The thing we all fell in love with was... Hello. Yeah, yes, Ollie, it's got transformers. It's got legs in disguise. None of this. No, you iron. Hello. All right, I'm just off to do something else now. It has an automatic shut off as well. It won't just stay on forever. It shuts itself down if you're not using it. It senses as soon as you hold the handle, it drops back down. I mean, that, you know, is the thing that we all spotted. That's the thing we all fell in love with. I love the way it's almost like a little spaceship, isn't it? The legs go up. But also, that's lovely, it's great, it's fun, it's practical as well. But also, let's just talk about the quality of the iron. For one thing, it's got a good weight to it. And I think it is really important with an iron. Lots of irons are too light, and you're having to push down hard with them to get a really good press. You're not going to have to do that with the Aliso. It's got a lovely weight to it. You've got really well spaced out steam holes. You can get continuous steam, you can get vertical steam on this iron too. It is precise right up to the tip. You've got heat right up to the tip. It's also got a lovely deep space in here, so that if you're ironing into a pleat or into maybe a dart or a tuck, you can actually get right into it. It's just a beautiful quality iron. Obviously, you've got wonderful heat control here. Settings 1 spot, 2 spot, 3 spot. with or without iron. You've got your spray, water spray. You've got your steam blast as well. One of my all-time favourite things on an iron. Absolutely gorgeous. Give it a try. So many of you have gone for the Eliso iron and wouldn't use anything else now. So here's all of that in a nutshell. Enhanced iTouch Never Lift technology lifts and lowers with the touch of your hand, preventing burns, saving your wrists and saving time. Diamond ceramic flow sole plate with Pro Press core. It's like I said with Rebecca in the last hour, often it's what's going inside that you can't see that's most important. Superior heat, durability, non-stick, easy clean even in the stickiest of situations. You've got rapid response triple play, steam, powerful, vertical, horizontal and continuous steam. Remove the toughest wrinkles. Anti-calc technology. The new anti-scale system prevents calcium build-up and keeps your iron working longer and stronger. Prevents hard water build-up and keeps your iron working longer and stronger. It's got an anti-drip system too. How annoying is that? Oh, it's the bain-marie of my life. When you're ironing a lovely piece of fabric and there's just a horrible trail of hot water over everything. You know what I'm talking about, where it spits and splutters. That won't happen with your release. So you've got a 2-inch detailer tip. That's the one I was talking about for going into pleats. Perfect for seams, bias tape, tight corners. Press under and over pleats, pockets, cuffs and collars with ease. It's got a longer cord as well. 12 feet of cord with a 360-degree pivot. Let me just show you that in action. Look, it's got a ball. Do you see it's got a ball, which means it doesn't matter. So, for example, if you want to use the vertical steam on things like curtains to refresh, you can, and it doesn't matter. Can you see the cord isn't twisting and turning? The ball is doing the work. It's keeping everything kind of straight and where it should be. Can we just go back to that slide, please? Thank you. Thanks. It's also got built-in spray. Stubborn wrinkles, no problem. My built-in spray is a powerful wrinkle buster. That's quite possessive, that, isn't it? My built-in spray is a powerful wrinkle buster. 3-year warranty. You're part of the family with Eliso's friendly customer service. Also, I wanted to mention while I'm here, the blocker board. Yours won't be filthy. Ours is well loved. The thing is, do you know, I love watching cookery shows. You knew that already, right? It always slightly annoys me that they're always working with pots and pans that look like they've just come from the shop. You know, their oven is silver and shiny inside, you know. The racks aren't I mean, do you ever cook? Is this the first time you've cooked in those pans? They've probably got a team scrubbing everything. But I like to see that things are well loved. If I'm telling you we love this cushioned quilters square blocker, I mean it. And you can see it's well loved. We all love this. It's from June Taylor. It's absolutely wonderful. $42.99. Right. Do you want to do a live walk? Come on then. Come on then. I'm wearing my chinos. Do you see the obstacle course I have to get through? Do you know? That's why I have to insure my legs for millions. Right. Let's start with the curved ruler. This is absolutely brilliant for dressmaking. This is the curve ruler. Well, it's as fast as I can grab things. There we go. It's the curve ruler from So Easy. This is such a bargain. $9.99. Absolutely. Stop it. I'm going to pull it out so you can see. You've got Excuse me. Right, you've got the curve around the top, you've got straight lines, you've got this gentle curve down the side, covered buttons, buttonhole marking. You've got all the kind of measurements that you might need. Don't worry, you're not left alone. Look. Instructions throughout on how to get the best from your curve ruler. However, you can also go online, go on YouTube. You'll find loads and loads of different creative ways to use your curved ruler. It's a dressmaker's essential. It's the kind of thing dressmakers have as standard for adapting patterns, for lengthening, for shortening, for smoothing out curves, for increasing the curve. Things like necklines, shoulder lines, armholes, sleeves. And the right tool makes the job easier, more successful. It's the kind of thing you see. So, you know, I always think if I see somebody using a curved ruler, they know what they're doing, whether they do or not. It's just a great way of, you know, filling out your pattern if you need to. Great price as well, that's £9.99. Now, old school, this is a proper yardstick, wooden yardstick. I'm just going to take it out of its sheath. Out of its, is it a scabbard? No. What do they call it? Is it? Sword and a scabbard. Is it? Yeah. There we go. So this is a wooden yardstick. Inches on one side. Inches on one side, centimetres on the other. And this is just beautiful, isn't it? Do you know, I want to just use this to hang a wall hanging. Wouldn't that be lovely in your sewing room? Just tab top on the top of a for $4.19. Do you know what I mean? I'd use it as a little hanger, or almost like a curtain rail. You could also fix it to your desk. If you have a cutting desk, you could fix it for measuring things against, or you can literally just have it next to you. It's also got little, can you see, little hole, top and bottom, so you could hang it. You could hang it on like a little butcher's hook or something like that, or add a little string through. Also good if you just simply need to point at things. Get me one of those biscuits, then you can. Just get me that. Expelia, it's what's it? It's Leviosa. It's Leviosa. Love that. Right. Let's see, what next? Can we do the clapper? I think this is the next big tool for quilters. Dressmakers have known about these for years, but I think this is the next thing for quilters, because what is a clapper? It's a piece of solid. Now this is cherry wood, beech wood, I beg your pardon. This is beech wood, which, this is what you do, right? So you iron your seam with steam if you can, without if not. You iron your seam, and then literally so I'm ironing with one hand. Got to imagine the iron. Ironing the seam. And then you put the clapper on top of the seam. And you leave it there. The wood absorbs the heat, holds the heat in, it keeps the heat on the seam while the seam gently cools down. So you just leave it there and the temperature comes down and the fabric sets in that beautiful flat finish. So you get wonderful like creases in things or lovely flat collars. But for quilters, you press your seam, your block, that centre seam. You know when you do something like a pinwheel and you've got loads of seams coming into the centre, you press that seam open, you pop the clapper straight on top, leave it for a minute or two just to all cool down, and you'll have the flattest blocks you've ever made. Absolutely brilliant. And it's the kind of thing you'll buy once and you'll have it forever and you'll use it and love it forever. It's also just a beautiful thing, isn't it? There's a certain loveliness about treen, isn't there? Gorgeous. Let's do overlocking threads, yes. So these are Aerolock overlock threads. Now these were launched Very recently, wasn't it? You've got 3 different colours. You've got the white, you've got grey, and you've got black. 4 of each to do all of your overlocking with. We're going to do something rather special for this. It's $43.99. It's rather special, that price, because it was launched during birthday as a brand new in. It kind of got lost during birthday, but it's such a fabulous thing. These are Madeira threads. This is high quality overlocking thread, and 3 of the most useful colours, that sort of white, grey and black. 1,200 metres times 12. Times 12. That is amazing. 14,200? 14,400. Yeah, it's amazing. It's amazing for $43.99. Absolutely brilliant. And great colours as well. That would cover a lot of angles, wouldn't it? The white, the grey and the black. Ah, lovely message from Jane. She says, morning, Stuart. I'm in the UK with Mum. Jane normally lives in the Netherlands. Going to have fish and chips and mushy peas tonight. They don't have that in the Netherlands. She says, but on topic, I cannot say one bad word about Brother. I have the FS 180 and 210 plus the embroidery machine. All 3 are superb and I wouldn't swap any. And also have all the Brother accessories. If in doubt, don't be. You won't be disappointed. Jane, what a wonderful message. Thank you. And enjoy those fish, chips and mushy peas. I might just have to do the same tonight. Oh, can't say no. Brilliant. Fab. That's the overlocker threads. Now, let's do ham and sleeve roll. I don't know where the ham is. Is it round the... Just one moment, I shall be back. Rebecca was using it. You see, I have the utmost respect for Rebecca, and if she uses it, I want to use it. It's the tailor's ham and the tailor's roll. So let's do the ham first. So the ham, it's sort of ham-shaped, padded, firm, and this is what you press your particularly dressmaking, but it's also really useful for bag makers where you're making 3-dimensional things, but obviously you've got seams that you want to press. Now, if you've just stitched something that's 3-dimensional, and it's meant to be 3-dimensional, the last thing you want to do is slap it on a flat ironing board and iron it flat. But you need to iron your seam. So you put it over the ham and you can maintain the natural shape of what you've just sewn on the ham. Also, you can use your ham for shaping fabric. So particularly things like woolen fabrics, you will heat up with the heat of an iron and actually sort of shape them over the ham to create sort of almost like a curve in the fabric itself. It's a very, very useful bit of kit to have, particularly if you are a dressmaker or a bag maker. So that's the ham. We've also got the sleeve roll. Now again, you can see the number of... Now I think this is really useful for bag makers because once you've made the whole bag, you can press some of the seams flat as you go along. But when you've actually made up the main body of the bag, you need to be able to press, you know, those side seams, the base seam of your bag. So you can put this inside the bag and then iron those base and side seams and keep the shape. Keep the 3-dimensional shape of the bag. Of course, they're designed to be able to iron things like sleeves. Now, there are lots and lots more tools that I haven't had time to mention. Have a look on the website. Now, just to mention, we've got 2 fabulous hours still to come. We've got a second hour with Rebecca Harrison, more wonderful dressmaking in that hour. But also at 12 o'clock, we've got Yarn Lane. And today, Winwick Mum is here and she's bringing us the West Yorkshire Spinners double knit sock yarn. So I've used 4-ply, and it does take a while to make a sock in 4-ply, but Winwick Mum is bringing us West Yorkshire Spinners double knit sock yarn. Beautiful colours. I'm super excited, so stick around. I'll see you after the break. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Are you having trouble finding the ideal gift for that someone special? Then why not treat them to a Sewing Street gift card? Simply head over to the website and scroll down to the bottom of the page and click where it says gift cards. You can decide between posting the card or delivery by email, then decide the value that you would like to send. Whether it's for a birthday, a special occasion, or just a way to say thank you, the Sewing Street gift card is the perfect answer.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
And we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Bye.
Did you know that you can continue shopping 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even after we've finished broadcasting live? Just head over to www.sewingstreet.com for thousands of sewing supplies available from top brands. You still pay only 1 P&P with split pay available on certain items and an easy checkout service too. Plus, you can get expert advice and tips from our Sewing Street hub, and UK customer support is available 24/7. So head over to sewingstreet.com and continue your sewing journey.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. Hi there, wonderful to have your company. What a jam-packed day we've had. Here's the jam, we're jamming.
We're
It's
jamming.
Rebecca Harrison. Hello.
Hello.
Where are your glasses? Oh, they're on the table.
They're there.
That's good. You'll be looking for them
Otherwise,
later.
this wouldn't happen.
No show.
No
We'll just
show,
chat.
no.
It's this hour, thrilled to have the Sussex Seamstress Rottingdean Blouse. Is it a blouse? It is a blouse.
Yes, it's a blouse, yeah.
Absolutely beautiful. This is lovely. I'm going to grab the pattern. We love Sussex Seamstress patterns. They're absolutely fabulous. This runs from UK sizes 8 to 30.
Yeah.
Fabulous range of sizes.
She always does a good range of sizes. Doesn't
Really good. Intermediate level sewing. Beautiful blouse. Oh, I love that version. Look at that. That's lush. That's absolutely
Lovely, isn't it?
lush. Love the tie.
she? Yeah.
Beautiful. Love the fabric too. Now, it's $16.99. That covers sizes 8 to 30. You get really, really detailed instructions inside. And also, of course, Sussex Seamstress puts videos of all the steps,
Yeah.
all the stages of every pattern.
Yeah, she's
Just
very good. I know, she's very good.
Brilliant, brilliant. It's why we love her. It's why we love her patterns. It's why you love her patterns. So that is the hero of the hour. $16.99 for the Rottingdean blouse from Sussex Seamstress. Now, fabrics galore. Fabrics galore. I'm going to start with a bit of William Morris, and this is a viscose. This is a viscose. You get 3 meters in the bundle. Look at the price. It's less than £10 a metre for William Morris viscose. It is, I just want to show you the ripple, the softness, the drape. It is beautiful. Now this is in Golden Lily, a classic Morris pattern. Golden Lily. It's delicious.
Gorgeous.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
It's really classy, it's really classic, but also I could imagine in the Rottingdean blouse, I've got a lovely friend Bella, who I think's 22, 23, wearing this blouse in this fabric and looking super cool.
Oh,
you know?
absolutely.
Just gorgeous, it's beautiful. $29.99 for 3 meters of viscose. It's going to look incredible in this fabric, isn't it? And also as well, viscose is a really light, cool fabric to wear, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah. So it drapes beautifully, and yeah, it's just nice and soft.
Yeah. I mean, you can absolutely see the beautiful drape on that. So things like the tie at the neckline are going to look spot on, aren't they?
Yeah.
I'd probably look nice in that too.
Lovely, isn't it? I really like that.
I love it.
Yeah.
I love it. Okay, grab that while you can. The fabric bundles have gone wild today. If you're not making the Rottingdean, buy it and stash it. Now, next up, can we do the fabric that you're going to use? Because this is a bit of all right.
It is, it's lovely.
Oh, this is really lovely. Benny like, Stuart like. This is a 3 meter bundle. This, again, is a printed viscose. This is just a little lighter than the William Morris. Absolutely beautiful. Now, this has got amazing
Looks like a watercolour, doesn't it?
Oh, I mean, the design itself is beautiful. You'll be a walking work of art. It's almost impressionistic, isn't it? Impressionistic. Yeah, love that. Really stunning. $33.99. It's a digitally printed viscose, so you get that sort of luminosity, that clarity of print as well with the digital print. It is, and look as well. Not just for the Rottingdean, maybe you've got some different patterns that use viscose.
That would be just anything there. Lovely.
Quite a useful size bundle, that isn't it?
Yeah, really useful. Yeah.
Could you make a dress out of 3 meters?
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, awesome. Yeah. Again, $33.99. Beautiful summer dress. What about a wrap dress?
That would be lovely. Oh, yes, that would be lovely.
Could you do a halter? Just thinking about the drape.
You could, you know what would love you in that? A cowl neck.
A cowl.
Would be beautiful.
That's where it kind of, that sort of drape around the neck, isn't it?
Yeah.
Definitely not a halter neck.
That's not a halter neck.
It's not a halter neck. That was definitely a no, you couldn't do a halter neck.
No, well, I think you'd have to perhaps back it on some lightweight cotton maybe, because you need a bit more structure for a halter neck. But that doesn't mean you can't do it, you know?
No, there's always a way.
There's always a way.
Oh, but there's a will. Right, that's that one. Right, can we do the navy? Is this a viscose as well? Or a lawn? This is lawn. Oh, come and have a feel of this.
But it's beautiful and soft.
This is
isn't it?
really lovely. Look at the price, $24.99.
Oh, that's so lovely.
Yeah.
I won't do it because I've got makeup on, but you want to do that with it, don't you?
Yeah. But
it's
it is.
How beautiful would that be next to the skin?
Can we? Would you mind just helping me for a second to just kind of hold it, just so you can see? Look, look. All of that for $24.99. Also as well, can I just say, I quite often use Dressmaker's Lawn to back quilts with. Because it's cotton, it's stable, it's light, it's beautiful, and also it's wider than regular width fabric, quilt weight cotton. So it's actually a really good buy. It's a really good economical way.
It is for that much.
Yeah, I know, it's lovely, isn't it?
It is beautiful.
You don't want to let it go now,
No.
You have to.
Might find that in my bag on the way home. I'm only joking.
We'll check them.
Yeah.
$24.99.
Check my bags as I leave.
Absolutely gorgeous, that. What a lovely print. What a beautiful print. It is gorgeous.
It is.
Love the movement in the design as well. Really pretty. So that's $24.99. That's a bit of a bargain. Right, next up, I need to go with this. This is really nice. It's a colour I would call flame red.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah? Look. Oh, that's a bit gorgeous.
Nice shirt,
That is,
Stuart. Nice shirt.
Oh, it really would. That is absolutely beautiful. I mean, it is gorgeous. That base colour. Have you noticed as well? There's like purple and magenta in the leaves. That's unexpected. But isn't that... Now, if you were making... what about the Rottingdean blouse? Like, I'm thinking, for a wedding, pick out that magenta purple for your fascinator or your hat.
Yeah, your accessories.
Wouldn't that be stunning?
Really lovely, yeah.
Oh, it's lovely. If you didn't want to do, you could pick out the grey, you could pick out the pewter or the black, but I would go with that pinky purple. That's a stunner. Just look. What about a kimono dressing gown? Kimono, you don't. kimono you do. That is absolutely, you know, oh, fabulous. There are so many lovely patterns as well for lawn, for viscose, for the Rottingdean is a perfect choice.
They're all, I mean, they'd all be
It's absolutely scrumptious. Right, next one. Let's go tulips, because this is rather elegant. This is sophisticated, and the colour is really lovely. How pretty is that?
It's very pretty.
That's like a proper, like the real colour of jade.
Yeah.
So often when we say jade, it's like a really dark, really.
Yes.
But that's proper jade colour. Oh, and those pretty florals. Spring wedding.
I was just going to say, that is so right for spring, isn't it?
Mother's Day lunch.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's coming up, isn't it?
Easter.
Yeah.
Special. I mean, it's a special fabric.
It's a fabric for now, isn't it?
It is
definitely
perfect.
Yeah.
It's perfect for now. I've only got 10 of these bundles left. And again, look at the price, $24.99. There's 24 of you with this in your basket. I've only got 9 left now. 8 now. 8 left. Oh, it's lovely. And again, do you want to come and have a little feel? It is absolutely
Have a feel
gorgeous.
of fabric.
It's so important.
It is very important.
It's so important. I was talking about this the other day
yes.
when I was at the Stitches Trade Fair,
lovely.
and one of the ladies was saying, you know, oh, but the thing is with shopping TV, you know, you can't feel the fabric. And I said, but that's my job.
Yeah, that's
When
what
I'm
you're
there,
doing, isn't it?
You know, I'm,
Yeah.
and you're doing the same.
Yeah.
We're doing what we would do if we went into a shop. What you'd do if you went into a shop.
Definitely. That is, I really like that. I'm very drawn to that.
It
I
is,
like
it's
my
lovely.
greens.
Do you know, funnily enough, I didn't particularly like it when it was folded up. I wasn't certain.
Well, so that's why I'm saying when you're in a fabric shop, you really need to, they need to allow you to unroll it a little bit so that you can see before you buy. Because it does look totally different.
Oh, Carrie from the Vale of Glamorgan. Now you're talking. Make yourself a Harry style blouse, Stuart.
Hey.
Are they the sort, though, that you sort of have like completely hanging open to show off your 6-pack?
Yeah.
I haven't got a 6-pack. I've got a keg. I've supersized. Thanks, Rebecca. Thanks for laughing. All right, my last fabric bundle. Oh, pretty. Yeah, this is producer Ben's favourite. This again is a digital print. How are we doing these fabrics at this price? This is 3 meters. Look. I love the base colour. That silvery pewter grey just makes those colours pop.
Yeah. So much you could do with it, isn't there?
Isn't that lovely? But again, quilters backing or piecing in a quilt. This is cotton lawn. It is, I've used cotton lawn. I mean, sometimes, occasionally, quilt companies make lawn for quilters.
Yeah.
So I made a quilt for Zandra Rhodes. So you're not the only one who can drop an Oscar.
Dropping a name like that.
I mean, she's Dame Zandra to you. She's just Zan to me. And I made a quilt for her with lawn, and it was exquisitely soft and silky and beautiful. But use lawn to back a quilt, and you get that same silky, soft feeling. It's luscious.
You know, the Sussex Seamstress Jane used to work for Zandra Rhodes.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Was she in the workroom?
I believe so.
Fabulous.
Yeah.
Fabulous.
You two would have a lot to talk about, wouldn't you?
Oh, do you know, I went over there to do a photo shoot with Zandra, and she said to me, what are you wearing? And I was like, this. She just kind of looked me up and down and said, what are you wearing? Like, are you going to get changed? I said, oh, well, I rather thought I'd wear this. And she said, right, you should come with me. She grabbed me by the hand. She took me downstairs to her boudoir, and she threw open the wardrobes, which were just full of these, like, iconic Zandra Rhodes gowns and whatever, you know, and said, pick us something to wear, will you? I'm going to be in the toilet, well, in the bathroom. She was sitting on my loo with her mirror, doing her makeup. And I was kind of shouting through it. I was going, what about this one, Sandra? She'd be like, oh, yeah, there's a so-and-so for that. And I stood there thinking, I'm in Sandra Rhodes' bedroom.
This is a moment.
How did I, you know, amazing.
She sounds fabulous.
Oh, she's so funny. She's so fun, so flirty, and probably the most hardworking person I've ever worked with.
Yeah.
The most inspiring, just incredible. Anyway, enough of all that. This is gorgeous. Absolutely lovely. Right. It's about to sell out as well. I need to have a bit of a tidy up.
Is there not going to be none left?
Can you take it away?
Take it away.
Thanks, Rebecca.
Okay, take it away. Okay, so, the other thing to mention as well is shearing elastic. Shearing elastic on the cuffs. I'm definitely going to have to make sure that I've got time to just do a little bit there.
Oh, yes,
but isn't that just... There's just something about it.
Yeah,
and it's so quick, it's so easy, and that's it, you know, round your...
That's lovely.
Round your cuff, like that.
Will you show me how to shirr, please?
I'll show you how to shirr. I will.
Thank you. Jane's actually got in touch.
She?
Yes. I don't know which fabric I was wafting, or whether it was just the thought of me wearing an open-fronted Harry Styles shirt. But she says, ooh, that's gorgeous.
I would say it was
the fabric.
You. No, I would say it was you, probably.
Don't try and redeem yourself now. Jane also says, yes, I was a sample machinist in the early 90s.
There you go.
It's fabulous. We need to talk.
Yeah,
right.
Definitely.
Sure,
okay.
For me.
Okay. So, again, we've got this V at the front. And your two side darts, which I've done already. This is where your ham comes into play as well. So when you're pressing your darts, obviously it's better to press them over a shape so that you can get that perfect dart and that perfect shape. It's much more difficult on the flat. So this is where your ham comes in to play.
Ham.
The ham, yes. Right, so now we're going to do... So the facing around the neck is in sort of two parts. So we've got this little bit here, this little V piece here, which I know it's very small, but it's just to fit in here because the necktie makes up the rest of the neck, and then obviously comes out at the front for you to tie. So this is just for this just your initial bit at the front of this. So it's just this little piece, and you just fold it in a centimetre. I'm just going to cut that little bit off because we don't want to see that bit.
And does it matter that you're cutting and you've got like raw edge just by the side? It doesn't. That's going on the inside anyway.
This is going on the inside, yeah. So you're gonna, you're not going to see it. So you just position it from the right side. So right sides together, and then just pin that in place. So the reason to press all that seam allowance in is that when you come to turn that through, it just makes it a lot easier and it just sits a lot nicer.
And it'll be perfectly neat inside.
Perfectly neat inside.
Gorgeous.
So you've got your two little marks there for where that should finish to. So just follow that. You do a stay stitch along the neck, the front neck, because you are on the bias there. So just make sure that you do your stay stitch, because you don't want that to start to get any bigger whilst you're stitching everything down. I'm just going to go one further.
I think I found my new dressing gown fabric.
Oh Oh, look.
Don't you think, though?
Yes, I do.
I think it's absolute, or a shirt.
Yes.
I really want a shirt in this.
Oh, we'll get it then. I'll do you a shirt.
You?
Yes, I will.
Oh, I'm going to lick this fabric so no one can buy it.
Health and safety. It's like
Doing it.
Stuart's got to have that now.
They're sorry. That's one less.
One less.
That's one less.
Oh, it really suits you,
Oh,
doesn't it?
thank you.
Yeah,
well, I
it
think
does.
it brings out the colour of my eyes. I must admit, I am looking forward to sleeping in my own bed tonight.
Yes.
I've been away for 9 days now. 9 days.
That's a long time.
Charlie sent me a lovely message this morning. It has been 9 days. He said, I'm really missing you.
Oh, sweet.
I'll be home soon, Baba.
And all the animals as well.
Yes, yes. Oh, yes.
Right, I'm gonna cut down this V here to as close to the stitching as I can possibly get. Obviously, don't go through your stitching.
Gosh, no.
So nice sharp scissors and close as you possibly can so that you can turn that through. And that will hopefully sit nicely. So I'm just going to give that a little press. In fact, I'm going to use the ham as well, just to press this little bit so that it's raised up a little bit for me.
The ham.
The ham.
A ham.
So I've got this one and the I know I call it a sleeve one.
Yes, a sleeve roll.
The sleeve roll.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got both of those.
Useful.
Oh,
Essential.
amazing.
Essential
Yes,
to
yeah,
make,
absolutely, yeah, without a shadow of a doubt. Okay, so let's show you from the front. So that little bit there is all nice and neat, and you know that you've encased all of that and it's good to go. So I'm just going to stitch that down. That little bit, that little triangle bit is the only bit that's got any interfacing on.
Oh, I see.
Yeah,
Okay.
so it's just to reinforce it because that's this little V here is the area when you're putting it on and over your head. That's the bit that's probably going to have the most stress put
It's the
on
stress
it.
point.
Yeah.
Yeah. So a lovely message from June. She says, Stuart, green is your colour. It really makes your eyes pop.
Yeah. No, you do look good in that colour.
Do I think
That
you do?
sagey green. Yeah.
Thank you very much. It's not a colour I wear very much. It's not a colour I particularly think suits me, but
Oh no,
it was
does.
clean. I'd ironed it.
Yeah. Well, you know, you've been away from home for 9 days.
Yeah. I'm only home for tonight, and then I'm in London tomorrow.
Oh, so it's only a
But then I am home
fleeting
properly.
visit. Yes,
then I'm
you're
home
then home,
properly.
aren't you, then, for a
Yes,
little
yes.
bit,
I'm off to
so-
see my publisher tomorrow.
Yeah.
I've been promised lunch.
Savoy.
I think it'll be M&S sandwiches in the office. But that's,
Well,
I'll take it.
Yeah.
I'll take it.
That's all good. Any new baby animals yet? Too early.
No, we've got kids. We've got goat kids who were born in January, but nothing else. But we are gearing up for lambing.
Yes.
Which should be Easter time, which is lovely. Our lambs look like Frisian cows because they're completely black with white legs, a white blaze and white tail, long white tail.
Oh,
So they're exactly the
cute.
same colouring as a Frisian cow. And of course the lambs aren't woolly, they're just, it's almost like just fur flat to their skin. So they look just like little calves. It's very cute.
Cute.
Yeah, we do love this time
Love
of
a
year.
baby. I know. Well, that's what you know, don't you? That the hopefully the better weather is on its way.
They're real heralds of spring.
Yeah, aren't they? Definitely. Right, so now what I'm going to do is I am going to attach my shoulders.
You've overlocked all of
So
it.
I've overlocked everywhere apart from my neckline, because I don't want that harder edge. I don't want that edge to come through.
No.
So I've just left it there. But yeah, I do like to overlock all my edges. The edges that I need to get overlocked, I like to get those done.
Can I just ask, and this is a real rookie question, but you're the person to answer.
Well, let's hope I can answer it.
So your pattern pieces,
Yeah.
do you cut them out to your size? And then you're going to overlock, which obviously cuts some of the fabric off.
So you don't cut. You can drop your blade on an overlocker if you're concerned at all about accidentally cutting anything off.
Right.
But the more you use it, the more you learn to you know exactly where to place your fabric if you don't want to cut anything off.
So
it's
that's
on
overlocked,
it's
but
on
it's
the
not cut
edge.
the edge.
No. So I've cut nothing off. I've literally I've just overlocked that edge off.
Makes sense.
Yeah. So yeah. No, I've cut nothing.
Why didn't I ask you that before?
No. But it is a really good question because actually I come in here every time and say I've overlocked all my edges.
Yes.
And actually I've just taken it for granted that people would know that I haven't cut anything off.
Gotcha.
So I absolutely haven't cut anything off.
Perfect. So then it's the same seam allowance that
Yeah.
Jane says to use in her pattern.
Yes, absolutely.
Right.
Yeah.
Now I understand.
Yeah.
Awesome.
And you know, you don't have to do it like I do it and overlock everything beforehand. It's just that is ingrained in me.
That's your practice.
Through work and things. But you can do a seam at a time and then overlock that seam so that you know that you've stitched that seam at the seam allowance that you need.
Yes.
And then if you accidentally take a little bit off with the overlocker, you haven't got to worry because you know that you've got that seam allowance, you've done it.
Gotcha. Perfect. What is the seam allowance, by the way?
So the seam allowance is a centimetre. It usually is with Jane's
What's
things.
that in old money?
Unless that's 3/8 of an inch, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. So just get both your shoulders done, and then you move on to finishing off that neckline. Oh, missed. I missed.
Missed your pincushion.
I missed my pincushion.
So we were talking earlier on, Rebecca, about how you made a dress, an outfit for somebody accepting an Oscar.
Yes.
What's the most fun make, or the most, different questions, right? Fun, the most unusual, the most outrageous?
Oh, crikey. Gosh, the most outrageous. Right, let me think about that. I'm trying to think back in the... I mean, I've done a lot of sort of pantomime costumes as well. So, you know, they're usually really outrageous, aren't they? Got lots of different things on them. God, I'm trying to. Gosh, that's such a good question. You have. I'm trying to go back into my memory, which is not always the best.
The dark depth.
The dark, yes. I don't know if we did. Oh, I tell you what. Well, what we used to have to do sometimes at Angels is you'd have to do a padding for somebody. So if they were supposed to be much bigger or a completely different shape, so we'd have to do a padding and then put a costume over the top of that. So that was always a lot of fun to do things like that, because you just completely change the person, what they look like. So that was always a lot of fun.
I bet it
doing
was.
things like
a lot
that.
Of giggles.
Yeah. It was much hilarity in the workroom. You know, when especially the person that's working on it, everyone would stop work and have a little look.
Favorite star to ever work with?
Favourite star.
Was it Richard Attenborough? Richard Attenborough. Tell Everett, go on. Tell them.
My very first day at Angels, who are the biggest costumiers in the world, and I bumped into him, nearly sent him flying. And he was lovely.
Was he?
He was so sweet about it.
This was the chap who was in Jurassic Park.
Yes,
Yes.
Yeah.
Designed it all myself.
Yes, he was. He's, lovely
Quick
guy.
question for you from Jane. She says, morning, both. Can I ask, what's the best way to finish seams if you don't have an overlocker? I have the Brother FS 180QC. So that'll have over-edge stitching function on it.
Yeah. So I think nowadays you get really good stitches on your machines. The over-edge stitches are so much better than they used to be, and they'll do sometimes as good a job as an overlocker. So if you don't want to invest in an overlocker, try that stitch and see how it is, how it holds all those little fibres in. And
for me, the success is using the over-edge foot with that stitch.
Yes.
Isn't it as well?
Yeah.
'Cause it's got that little pin that holds the edge of the fabric flat.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it can get a bit screwed up.
Yeah, a really good test is, because obviously you should always wash your fabric before you use it and cut anything out. If you go round the two edges that are not your salvage edge, if you do that on your machine, you can check out, wash it, have a look what it looks like when it comes out. If any of those little fibres are coming out.
That's a good tip.
Yeah. So, but they are so much better than on the old machines. They're, I mean, I wouldn't be without my overlocker.
No, of course.
I think they're a fantastic investment to have. But obviously, I appreciate that. They are, quite a bit of money.
And it's an extra thing in your workroom that you may not have room for.
Yes, yeah.
But
though they are, they're quite neat now. They're not the big monsters that they used to be. So they are quite neat. So just where I've put this little triangle in at the neck, I'm just going to cut right next to it, because I need to attach this tie.
Yes.
And I need to free up this seam allowance here, but it'll be fine. It'll all get encased, so don't worry. And just a note as well that the ties are cut on the bias, so they're going to act in a different way.
Why are they cut on the bias?
So you've got your straight grain.
Yep.
So if you try your straight grain, I've got a scrap of fabric here. So there's my salvage edge. So you'll know that if you've got a salvage edge, this is your straight grain. So when you pull it, there's not a tremendous amount of give in there. So you know that that's your straight grain. So the bias is, if you were to fold that over in a diagonal, then that is your bias. So you can see that once that's on the bias, that's a lot.
Wow.
That's a lot stretchier.
Yep.
So when you buy bias binding or you make bias binding, you cut it all on the bias because you want that give, you want that stretch so that it goes round things, and the ties. It just gives the ties a nice. It just makes them. You know, lie nicely
kind of
drape. That's the word I was looking for, Stuart. Yes, makes them drape better. So that's why. As you're putting this on, you will find that it may have a tendency to grow a little bit, but don't worry too much. It won't grow that much.
Fair enough.
So I'm just, all you've got to do is just ease it around the neckline. So take your time on this to make sure that eases in and you get all of that fabric in so that it's on the flat.
Got you.
If you can at all.
If you want any of the fabric bundles, by the way, be aware we have had a few sellouts, so you might need to just have a check and see what's left. Shall I do a quick stock update? This fabric, do we have any of this left? No, that's sold. This one? There's one left. Could have been.
That's yours, isn't it?
Should have been.
Should have been.
The mandarin red floral. Is it gone now? Still one. £24.99. It's the Digital Lawn Prints Mandarin Floral Fabric Bundle. 3 metres, £24.99. What's that, about £8.35 a metre? Brilliant. You don't need a calculator, Ben. 8.33, honestly, this reliance on technology.
Well, I'm afraid that would be me.
Green, would it?
Yeah, I'm shocking.
This is sold out. They're not lilies, they're tulips. The William Morris Golden Lily. This is a viscose, remember. Beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous, that, isn't it? Viscose.
It is beautiful.
Be perfect for the blouse, for the Rottingdean blouse. And then we've got the lawn. I imagine that's sold out, hasn't it? Oh, excuse me. Oh, I've got a couple. Very, very limited though. That's gorgeous, isn't it? It's a stunning, stunning lawn. I wish my lawn looked like that.
Yeah, me too.
Got a bit of work before the summer, I tell you. Before we have the garden party.
So have I. Ooh, we're having a garden party.
Hardly. And then this one that Rebecca's using. I've got 2 of this one left. That's just lovely. It's fabulous, isn't it? It's almost like, you know, when the kind of blossom falls and there's a sort of carpet of blossoms. It's just that, isn't it?
Yeah,
and it has a real impressionistic look. Lovely, lovely. How are you getting on?
I'm sorry, I'm just pinning this round because it does take a little while because there is an excess of fabric. This is, can I just say, this won't be like this when you do it. This is because I've handled it, I've put it in the car, I've moved it around a bit. So it won't be, really, you should keep this as flat as you possibly can. And obviously you'd be cutting it out and almost doing it straight away. Right, let's whiz that round.
Yes, everything we make gets tossed in the back of the car, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. It's a shame, really.
Well, good old press and we're back to normal.
Yes. It can. There's nothing that can't be solved with a good old press, eh?
I think so. Nothing.
Okay.
Have you seen the fabulous yarns that we've got in the next hour?
I know. I'm looking over at that table and
The delicious colours.
Yeah, it's amazing over there. I know, because you've got me into knitting.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Well, you could make a gorgeous shawl with this yarn.
Yeah, I need to progress now. You see.
Yeah, socks.
That's what I need to progress.
Teach you how to make socks.
Socks. That to me seems like
Moving on.
You'd need to be. No, but isn't that because all I've done is a scarf?
A little tuition.
Yeah.
That's all you need.
Yeah.
Honestly. DK is really good as well because it will grow fast.
Oh, okay.
The colours are amazing.
Yeah.
We've got 6 different colourways. Delicious.
My friend made me the most beautiful poncho for Christmas.
Ooh.
I've wanted a poncho for ages, and it's just gorgeous.
Sounds lovely. What colour?
Lots of different greens.
Oh, yummy.
Yeah.
My friend Maxine said to me last night she wants me to knit her a snood. She wants a smart snood with cables, and she wants it lined with faux fur.
Oh.
I know. So I was thinking about maybe something like a lovely cream on the outside and then maybe snow leopard faux fur on the inside.
Oh.
So you could just pull a little bit of the faux fur down.
Very nice.
See, life's lovely when you can craft, isn't it?
It is, yeah. That could be a whole new range for Charlie.
Oh, yes. I'll charge you a
Couldn't
design
it?
fee, obviously.
Obviously.
Do you know, on about our 3rd ever date, we went for lunch and he asked me to design some fascinators on a napkin, which I thought, well, you don't really question it, do you?
No.
3 dates in. So, and he took it away. And then about 6 weeks later, he presented me with a great big box and he said, open that. And I thought, oh, it's a diamond. Anyway, I took the lid. This is the one. I took the lid off, and there were my 4 or 6 or whatever, I can't remember, fascinators that I had drawn. He had made.
Gosh.
And I said, oh, this is cute. I said, these are lovely. He said, well, I hope so. He said, they've just gone into production for then, next season's designs. So it's like, hang on.
Did you give him an invoice?
Well, quite. But the nicest thing was, some months later, probably 6 months later, we were watching a BBC drama that ended with the main character's son getting married, and the main character's mum was wearing one of my fashion.
No.
We were just squealing.
Oh my goodness. So is it the Stuart?
Well, it should have been, but no.
Does it have a name?
Well, it had a colloquial name that we used to call it. You know how projects have a proper name and then they have the name that we refer them to?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah,
I know what you mean. Sorry, I'm nearly all the way round. I'm just positioning this fabric, so I'm trying really hard not to get any little tucks in it. We might end up with one, but that's just down to the fact that it's been moved around a lot, not because of anything else. I would say when you do this, pin it in place and then tack it, I would.
Okay.
To make sure
That's
that...
very Yoda. Tack it, I would.
Oh dear. Yes.
Yeah, no, tack it.
It's very often somebody says, oh my gosh, you look just like Yoda.
No, they don't.
They do when I first get up of a morning.
Stop.
So no, I
people
am.
never believe it takes me an hour and a half to get ready in the morning. It's true. By the time I've had breakfast, because nobody wants to be around me if I haven't had breakfast.
Oh,
No. Sometimes Charlie says to me, are you hungry? And I'm like, oh dear, am I that bad?
You're hangry.
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 Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, I just start to get quite impatient and quite short about things, you know. It's like, do you need a biscuit?
Do you just need a little bit of something?
Yeah, just a slice of toast
something
to keep you going.
you going.
The worst thing Charlie will say is, why don't we skip breakfast? Why don't we
She almost
you see, he'll
faint.
follow it up by saying, why don't we skip breakfast and we'll feed all the animals and then we'll go out for breakfast. So going out for breakfast, I can't really resist.
No.
But then just feeding the animals becomes, let's just mend this fence while we're here.
Yeah, because,
and
well,
let's
it's not as easy as that, is it?
No,
it's not
and then,
as easy as that.
Or somebody will selfishly give birth and need us, you know?
I mean, you know.
So then what should have been breakfast at like 10 o'clock on a Sunday, which is quite respectable, becomes lunch. And then we'll get to the pub for lunch and find that they're fully booked or not doing lunch that day. So it never ends well.
So you just need to have your breakfast straight off the bat, don't you, really? That's the thing. Right, so this is your neck. So what you will do is obviously fold this
Bring that down very slightly.
over, sorry. Fold this over.
I see. So you've joined that, it's a raw edge,
Yeah,
but you've
yeah.
got a folded edge
Yes,
there.
yeah.
It gets brought down and it covers.
So if you just iron that seam up, and then you will just go along, and then you can top stitch that round to that point.
Would you baste that in place first?
Probably would, yeah. Because again, it's on the bias, so you want to make sure that it's, you know, it's all in the right place.
Even pins for something like that are a bit unwieldy, aren't they?
Well, the trouble with biases, once you've taken a pin out, and it's under the machine, sometimes it's very difficult to try and get it to sit exactly where you want it to sit. So, yeah, just find the best way for you, really. And then you can seal up.
I was going to say, I just want to... Oh, it's really lovely.
Yeah, the tie there.
Really love that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you've got your side seams, obviously, and your sleeves with your bit of shearing.
A bit of shearing. Now, will you just explain shearing?
Yes.
Or can you do a bit?
Yeah, we'll do a bit.
Love that.
So there's three rows, as you can see, 3 rows of shearing, and your shearing goes on your bobbin. So you wind it on by hand.
Right.
Don't wind it with your bobbin winder. Don't do that. And obviously you need to have your sleeve flat. So don't put your seams together.
And the shearing goes on quite loosely onto the bobbin, doesn't it? Does it go on quite loosely?
Well, you just wind. Don't pull it and wind. Just wind it. You know, don't pull it to the extent it doesn't go. Do you know what I mean?
It's a quick funny story. When we were doing Sewing Bee, we had to do a sundress with shearing elastic, which of course I had never done. I hadn't got a clue. But I thought, it's got to elasticate. It's got to pull things up. So you must have to put... And I did know that you wound the bobbin by hand.
Yeah.
But I thought you must have to put it on tension. So I'm winding this on and I'm pulling it as tight as I can. I've just about filled my bobbin. Next thing, Anne Rowley, who was sitting behind me, who did know everything about dressmaking, is there with the film crew teaching the world about how to do shearing. And she said, now you must not put any tension on it whatsoever. She said, you must keep it nice and loose. I'm sitting there going, unravel, unravel. I knew that.
Oh, but it is one of those things. If you don't know, you don't know. Yeah. But the great thing about it is, so it doesn't matter how loose it is when you've stitched it through. Make sure that you keep the ends nice and long, but you can pull that up.
Ah, so you can tighten it.
So you can tighten it to fit your your cuff measurement. So with this, you're going to do the hem on your sleeve. You're going to turn that up first, so that that's in place.
So that's all neat and tidy.
So that's all neat and tidy.
So this is the start of the sleeve. So this is the cuff. This is the cuff end.
Yes, that's
so that gathers up quite a lot.
It does.
To go to that, doesn't it?
If you don't like shearing elastic, or you don't want to use it, you can just make yourself a bias binding out of this fabric, or buy one, and just make a channel.
Yeah.
And then just thread elastic through
Yeah.
as normal.
So what would you do? Top stitch it to the back of the sleeve and then run your elastic through the channel?
Yeah. So you just stitch your binding down and then run your
So
run
can
your
we just have a
elastic
quick
through.
look at the
So there you
bobbin?
go. So there's the bobbin.
So I'll just show you. So that's just wound by hand.
So this is your shearing elastic. This is how it comes, like that on a roll like that, and then you just wind it round.
So we've got white and we've got black.
Yeah.
This is the white, £1.99 for a reel. Is one reel enough?
Yeah, there's so much on there.
Oh, cool,
yeah,
great.
There's
'Cause
loads.
we do 3 rows.
Yeah,
don't
yeah.
we?
There's loads on there. Yeah.
So £1.99 for white, and then we also have black. What would we use for this project? Does it matter, black or white?
No, I mean, I would use probably white on this one, probably. It doesn't really matter. You're
Don't
not-
matter if it's black
mean,
or
no.
white. Hee hee.
Oh, I say.
Well, you just said it didn't matter
I
if it
know.
was black or
No,
white.
I did.
I just thought,
That just moved.
just a moment. Just a moment.
But it's locked though, so how did that move?
Well, it was my considerable weight on top of it, I think. It was enough.
You don't see it from the right side.
Right.
So it's, unless, I mean, obviously, if you were using something that was pure white, obviously you'd use white,
Yeah.
and vice versa. You know, if it's completely black, you would use black.
Okay.
But you're not going to see it from
And
the
can my
right
sewing
side.
machine really cope with thick elastic in the bobbin?
Yeah,
Feels like, yeah. Okay,
I
cool.
know.
Right, I'll give
I
that
know.
to you.
It's
Let's sure.
Yeah, that's sure. So I just put it in there. So I'm on this machine. I'm not going to wind it through here because I don't need to cut that thread
Don't
off.
cut it, yeah.
No. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to, by hand, I'm going to wind, turn the wheel so that the shearing elastic pops out.
Okay, and then you're pulling the long end to the top.
Yeah, so like that, and then I can put that back on there. So then I know then that I've got that lovely long piece of elastic.
A long tail.
Yeah, a long tail. So you want right sides up, and so about 2 centimetres, Jane advises. I mean, to be honest, it's really up to you whereabouts you want to start that. And all you're going to do is you're just going to start stitching along, and it should start, is it doing it? Should start to gather up. So it's looking a bit flat at the moment. Hang on. Let me go to a 4, a size 4. Is it doing it? Not really, is it? No, it's not. It's got caught there, I think.
Ah.
It should just bunch up. No.
Oh.
Why are you doing that? And I promise you this worked when I was doing it in, because I sat and did, where's that little piece gone? Obviously I did that one at home, but I sat and did that little piece
Yes.
outside, so I don't know why that is not doing it. But you can pull that up anyway. You'll be able to pull that up anyway.
Should we try rethreading the
Yeah,
bobbin?
let's have a go. It might be because it's been sat out there for a while. So it might just be that it's got a little bit loose maybe. So
Should we have wound it really tight?
not really tightly. So I'm just gonna, it's a bit fiddly because you need to hold on to the one end so that it doesn't ping off, and then wind that round.
Wind the bobbin.
Wind the bobbin up. There you go. Wind the bobbin up. Pull, pull.
Pull.
Clap, clap, clap. Oh gosh.
Wind
yes,
it back again. Wind it back again.
clap, clap, clap. There you go. Right, let's try again, shall we?
Yeah.
Let's see how we go. There we go. Right. Where are we? There we are. Right. Come on. Not doing it massively, is it? No. Come on.
Come on.
What's going
Pull
on?
it up.
It did it brilliantly.
You'd have to do a longer
At
stitch.
home. Well, you'd usually do a 4, but let's try a 5. Maybe on this machine, because I did it on my industrial.
I'm just wondering, can I just try the elastic through the
Yeah.
you know, I know you said don't wind it through.
Yeah, give it a go.
Would that make any difference?
Well, it may do.
No, I suppose it doesn't really make any difference, does it?
Coming off, isn't it?
Oh.
I swear it works. It does.
It does
honestly.
work.
It does
I
honestly
did a
work.
baby dress. I don't see what difference that would make.
No, it might not, but
Oh,
it's come out now. Or maybe, maybe don't pull it through. I don't know.
I'm just gonna redo the top. I always think if in doubt, rethread.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a rule, really. Well, a bit like with a computer, I always think like, you know, where it's turn it off and on again.
Yeah, reboot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is my way of rebooting.
Yeah, definitely.
I've got to start wearing reading glasses.
Oh yeah. Oh,
I
I wouldn't be able to see a thing if I didn't do it.
I don't
Let's have a
know.
look.
Let's have a go.
Let's have a little look and see. Let's do it on a bit of scrap. Let me turn that down a bit. 4. It might be that we do. Oh, it's come. We've run out now. It might be that we do need to put it through there, maybe.
Has your elastic lost its twang?
Lost its maybe. Maybe. Not good if it has, is it? Really?
No, I bet it hasn't.
Somebody watching will be an absolute expert in this.
Yes.
I don't do it very
Well,
often.
we did have a
if I
message in,
say.
Ben. What was the message about the bobbin tension? Put the elastic through the bobbin tension.
Oh! That's what I did earlier.
Increase the tension on the top tension.
Yes, thank you. Yes.
Wind the bobbin up,
completely-
wind the bobbin up.
That's what I did earlier. You know why? Because I did this when I did the sleeve.
Yeah.
I was using my industrial machine. When what I should have been doing was using this one, knowing full well that I was going to come in here.
We have just ticked up to 12 o'clock.
And
We may have to take your word for it.
yeah.
Go on, go for it. If your basket already has either the pattern from Sussex Seamstress for the Rottingdean Blouse or any of the remaining fabric bundles, do please check out your baskets before the end of the hour. We're about to see some shirring action.
Ooh.
I think this is the one.
Let's hope so.
Tension right up. Whack it up.
Rack it up. Come on. Honestly, it was doing it. Can't believe it. You were doing it and I can't understand.
Do you know, the minute you
Why?
get home, you'll be like, I can do it now.
I don't understand.
If you
why.
crack it at 2 a.m, ring me.
I will.
Rebecca, you're still an absolute legend. And you dressed somebody at the won an Oscar.
Well, it's a good job she didn't want shearing done, isn't it? Otherwise, that would have been it.
No one can ever take that away. You're an absolute superstar. Mwah.
Lovely
Safe
to
journey
see
home.
you.
Lovely to see you too. We're back together again later in March.
Yes.
22nd.
22nd.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I'll see you then.
You
Now
will.
after the break, I'm joined by Winwick Mum and Yarn Lane. Don't go anywhere. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Are you having trouble finding the ideal gift for that someone special? Then why not treat them to a Sewing Street gift card? Simply head over to the website and scroll down to the bottom of the page and click where it says gift cards. You can decide between posting the card or delivery by email, then decide the value that you would like to send. Whether it's for a birthday, a special occasion, or just a way to say thank you, the Sewing Street gift card is the perfect answer.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
And we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Bye.
Did you know that you can continue shopping 24 hours a day, 7 days a week? even after we've finished broadcasting live. Just head over to www.sewingstreet.com for thousands of sewing supplies available from top brands. You still pay only 1p&p with split pay available on certain items and an easy checkout service too. Plus, you can get expert advice and tips from our Sewing Street hub, and UK customer support is available 24/7. So head over to sewingstreet.com and continue your sewing journey.
Hello, welcome to Yarn Lane. This is the Winwick mum, better known as Christine. Hey! It is so lovely to have you on air. We met at Ali Pally at the Knitting Awards years ago.
Absolutely years ago.
Do you remember?
I do. It was a good night. They were always good nights.
It's a fabulous night.
And you did such
the
a
drink
good.
was flowing.
You did such a good talk.
Oh,
as
bless
well.
your heart, bless your heart. Now, you're very, very famous, but of course lots of people know you as Winwick Mum. It's so wonderful to put a face to the name. Tell us about your background.
Well, oh goodness. Oh, you've properly thrown me in it now. So I've been. Well, I am a mum and I live in Winwick, which is where the name came from. But my sock part of me has been around since my youngest daughter was a baby, and I was buying yarn to buy her a cardigan or make her a cardigan, and I went into the shop and there was yarn on the counter. And I thought, it's stripes, and I quite like the look of it. And the lady in the counter said to me, she said, it's sock yarn. Oh, years earlier I'd had a go, and it was not a good experience.
Right.
So I said, I don't think I'm going to do that. So it's very nice, but I'll leave it. She said, but there's a free pattern. Ka-ching! And that was me.
Quite.
And that's been it. So since then, socks are now just what I do. It's just part of me. I don't knit very much else. I just knit the socks because I really love them.
Pretty much the same socks and
Yeah.
shawls.
Yeah.
It's so addictive. Now, if you've never knitted socks before, you're looking at this yarn thinking, oh, I don't know, I could knit all sorts with that. Well, this is not sock yarn in the traditional sense, because sock yarn is usually 4-ply. This is DK. This is a double knit weight, but it's been designed for socks.
Yes, this is specifically for socks because it's a blend of wool and nylon, which makes it more hard wearing, so you're less likely to go through it so quickly when you're out and about with your wellies and your boots on and goodness knows whatever else that you need a good thick pair of socks for.
So where you've got that typical sock yarn mix, 75% British wool, 25% nylon, and that nylon gives strength, but it's still super soft and squidgy. Look at those colours. Let's get this straight up on the screen. This is made in England. This is £10.95 for a 150-gram ball of DK double knit sock yarn in this amazing colour combo. And what will that knit me, Christine?
You'll get a pair of socks from that. Depending on the size of your feet, you might get 2 pairs or
3 socks, because you might lose one.
3 socks.
I often do an extra sock. Don't you do that?
No.
I'm always doing that because the people I lose socks. So I do. If I've got yarn left, I make a 3rd sock, and then if I lose one, I've always got a pair.
Oh, I use contrasts, and you make contrast heels and toes, and then I get another full pair out of it.
You'll always get another sock.
So it's 150 grams because it's thicker, so you'll use more yarn to make the socks. So you can just about get a pair of socks out of a 100-gram ball of DK, but West Yorkshire Spinners wanted to make sure there was going to be plenty and you weren't going to run out. So a 150-gram ball is much better. You'll need one for any size of feet, really. If you've got feet the size of the QE2, then that might be
perfect.
I'm heading off all over the place.
And that will do a pair of socks up to about a size 12, won't it? Size 12 or 13.
I would definitely think that it should do. I mean, you can't be absolutely sure. Some people like to knit both their socks at the same time and they split the ball. So if you can try them on, measure them, all that kind of thing. Then
now, this is what this particular colour looks like. Does the yarn have a name? Is it called Pop?
Yes, this one's Pop. They're all named. They're all music themed.
Ah, love that. So this one's Pop. Absolutely amazing colour combination. Now you also get a free pattern. You said about free pattern.
Free pattern.
Ching, we love a free pattern. You do actually get a free pattern with every ball of yarn that you purchase. So there you go. For £10.95, you get your 150-gram ball of West Yorkshire Spinners British wool and nylon blend for socks, but in a DK weight. You get your sock pattern. Again, this is a special sock pattern for double knit yarn, and absolutely beautiful. That's what pop looks like knitted up. Absolutely gorgeous. So if it's DK yarn, that means it's going to be a lot faster to knit.
It is. It is, because you don't need as many stitches. So, for example, for my socks, I'd cast on 60 stitches for 4-ply, and I only need 44.
Ooh.
And then you don't need as many. You don't need as many any rounds in the cuff and the leg and everything. It's all compacted in, but then you get the same size of lovely big squishy sock when it's knitted. Because you're knitting on a size bigger needles as well. Actually 2 sizes bigger, because we knit this on 3.5 mil instead of 2.5 mil for 4-ply.
Yep.
So you're going up 2 sizes, so the needle tips are bigger, or the double points, or whatever your preference is. And that makes them better to hold as well, because some people find that the 2.5 mils for 4-ply is just a little bit too small.
Yes.
So these are also really good if you've never knitted socks before and you want a thicker, chunkier yarn to give it a go. Because sometimes if you've only ever knitted DK jumpers or shawls, and then the thought of going down to 4-ply, and the thought, oh, sock, it's going to go on forever and ever. But this, you'll just sail through it.
You'll whiz through, won't you? Absolutely beautiful. I love these colours. Now, in terms of how we might wear these socks, are these going to fit into regular shoes, or are these more of a boot sock?
Well, I would wear these, but then I tend to wear boots anyway. So I wear them, and I wear my boots and my woolly socks, my full wool socks all year round anyway, because I'm either out with the dog in my walking boots or wellies at the moment. But even when I'm out and about, then I wear a pair of Chelsea boots rather than shoes, and they fit in those.
I can't wait to cast on. This is absolutely flying out. You're loving pop? It's an absolutely delicious combination, isn't it? Of turquoise, teal, orange and yellow. Right, that's pop. Now, next one up, I'm going to grab this delicious looking colour. This is amazing. What's this one called?
This one's Jazz.
Jazz. I get the musical connection now. So this one's Jazz, kind of hot oranges and hot peach and purple and magenta. That is absolutely stunning. And remember, from 150-gram ball of DK weight British wool, 75%, 25% nylon for strength. You don't sacrifice any of the softness. You also get your DK sock knitting pattern. Nice easy knit.
Yes. This is based on my basic sock pattern. So I always think about the best way for a beginner to get started. My plan is always for somebody just to get to the end of a pair of socks. So this is a really simple pattern. It's got a textured sound wave that goes across the top. And what I loved about this is that as the sizes change, then the sound wave changes. So it's as if the frequency changes as you go up the sizes.
It gets lower?
It just changes slightly. And that I thought that was great. But because it's based on my basic pattern, then even if you get stuck with this, then you can use my sock along tutorials as well. So
awesome.
it works really well.
And we can find those online.
Yeah, online. Yeah.
Amazing, brilliant. These colours are speaking to me. They're speaking to you too. I do love a bit of jazz, and these are definitely jazzy socks. Of course, you can also I use a lot of sock yarn, 4-ply sock yarn, to make shawls, to make children's wear, to make accessories, blankets. There's no reason why you can't use a DK sock yarn to make a shawl, a scarf, a hat.
Hats would be really, really good for that. Cowls in the winter. Mittens we need mittens all year round now, don't we?
Exactly. Exactly, exactly. It's absolutely gorgeous yarn. Remember, you do get the free pattern as well, so you literally cast on and away you go. Now, tell me, Christine, are you a DPN or are you a circular when it comes to?
I'm a short circular girl.
too,
Short
every
circular.
time.
You can get proper sparks going on your rounds with a short circular.
Yeah.
That's what I like.
But for those of you that use magic loop and a circular needle, you can do it that way if you prefer.
Yeah,
Right,
there are
that's jazz.
so many ways to knit them. You should never feel that just because one needle type doesn't suit you, that you can't do it, because there's always another option.
I totally agree with you. Now, let's go with all the blues. What's this one called?
What do you think?
The blues.
Blues.
The blues. I love that. That is delicious. Isn't that delicious? I think that is gorgeous. That's what our producer Ben wants. He wants the blues.
This is my favourite.
Is it?
I think so, yeah.
It's got a real glowiness to it, hasn't it?
It's lovely. It's really lovely. The colours have taken really well to the yarn, so they really stand out, don't they? They're perhaps a little bit brighter in real life than you can see through a screen. They're just lovely. They're just lovely, vibrant colours.
They are yummy, and this is British wool.
Yes.
So tell me about the sort of background of West Yorkshire Spinners and what they do, because when we say British wool, I mean, I don't know everyone knows about what that means.
Well, West Yorkshire Spinners strapline is reared, sheared and spun in Britain, so they use wool that comes from British farmers. That includes wool that's also come from the Falklands, because the Falklands are still part of Britain, and they source their yarn from all around the British Isles. They have yarn from Shetland, which is croft yarn, and that supports the Shetland smallholders up there. They make contributions to that, and the amount of yarn and fleece that they produce really helps to make a difference to the sheep farming community.
So it's
here
supporting
in the UK.
the British economy as well.
Definitely, and they employ local people. It's a family-run company. They're just fab.
Wonderful. And what breeds of sheep do they typically come from?
Well, I know that they use Blueface Leicester in their signature four-ply.
Good old BFL.
That's right, because our version of merino.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what is in this one, because it's British. It says British wool, so it'll be a blend of.
But lovely and soft. Definitely not from my Balwyn Welsh mountain sheep.
No.
They make lovely carpet, but not lovely socks.
Oh, a bit like Herdwicks. I'm always so disappointed. It's.
I know. But this is deliciously soft and squidgy. If you've never worn hand knit socks before, my goodness me, you're in for a treat. I always say it's like having insoles inside your shoes. There's an extra layer of cushioning that bought socks just do not have.
No, I would agree with that, because they are a bit thicker than bought socks, and that is something that people do need to get used to in the beginning, particularly because I think we're very used to wearing those very thin cottony, elasticy.
Almost like stockings.
Yeah, that's right, socks. So these are always going to be thicker, and these are thicker than four-ply socks, but it's like a hug for your feet. And because it's a natural fibre, then they'll keep your feet warm when it's cold. They'll keep your feet cool when it's warm, because it wicks away the moisture and then just releases it into the atmosphere, and you never see sweaty sheep, do you?
It's the breathability, isn't it?
Absolutely.
It works for sheep, exactly. It works for sheep. We should use wool more.
We should.
We should use wool so much more.
Yes, and it's just lovely, and it's lovely to knit with. It makes your heart smile when you knit with proper wool.
They don't give me the blues.
No.
They make me very happy. So that's the blues. Remember, you get your 150-gram ball, DK weight. You get your sock you get your sock pattern incidentally as well. That's for free. $10.95 for the blues. We'll move that to one side. Next colour. Now, this is beautiful.
It's lovely, isn't it?
Soft and gentle.
It's much more muted. This is Soul.
Soul.
And so I think that these more muted pinks and greys are perfect for that. When you think about how soul music is presented, it's all all a bit. I mean, it's all different, isn't it? But I tend to think of soul music as maybe being a bit smoky, at a club somewhere, and
yes,
a bit of a softer atmosphere. So these softer colours are to me.
Absolutely
are just
gorgeous.
right.
Yeah.
It's lovely. It's really lovely.
Lovely. And also I love that kind of speckling. You get those kind of light spots, those deeper tones. It's just lovely. It looks like it's got texture to it. Obviously you've got the sound waves up the top here, which you can see really well on this colourway. That is beautiful.
It shows it really well there, yes. And it's a slip stitch heel as well, which means that it gives a bit more of a cushiony feel to the heel.
Love
and
that.
if you're someone who goes through the heels, you're less likely to go through it when you've got the double layer of the slip stitch.
It's absolutely lovely. Again, especially if you're wearing those boots or shoes that have quite a stiff back to them around the heel. That can rub.
Yes.
Whereas the double, I always call that eye of partridge, but.
Oh, eye of partridge is when you alternate the stitches.
Yeah.
So as opposed to having the lines,
Got you.
it's the same. It's the same stitch. You're still doing slip one, knit one. It's just whether you start them in the same place or move it along one.
But you get that thicker sort of
Yes,
fabric,
you do.
don't you?
Yes, yeah, it's
beautiful.
lovely.
That's soul. I've got 2 more colours to show you. Might just need to reach across to you there.
Yeah, that's okay. There's
that's
that one.
this one. Now this one is rather gorgeous.
This is rock.
Rock, beautiful. That's that deep cherry red, greys and black. I love the fact, Christine, that there is some really good colours here for men and boys.
Yes.
As well as those kind of prettier, softer colours.
I absolutely agree, because this one makes me think of my husband's rock T-shirts. That they're all black and they've got a bit of colour, and they've got all the logos and things on it. And so when I saw these with the blacks and the reds, I'm like, yeah, that's
great,
absolutely it.
It reminds me of like the black and red and grey plaid shirts, the kind of lumberjack shirt.
Yes.
Sort of that in sock form. Lovely. But also, I could really imagine knitting a shawl or a scarf or a beanie using this colour as well.
Yes, that would work really well, really well.
And of course any DK pattern will do. If tension and size is particularly, obviously for a shawl it's not that important, but if it was for something like a child's cardigan, always do a tension square.
Yes.
Beautiful. That's rock. And then the last one, Christine.
The last one, this is punk.
Now I get that. This is definitely punk.
There you go.
This is definitely punk.
Put it the wrong way.
Fluoro yellow, bright pink, the black and the white as well. That is really cool. We love that one. Also as well, this has a real kind of, I love those kind of indie dyed yarns as well.
Oh yes.
It has that vibe too.
It does, doesn't it? Yes. And the thing to say is that depending on the size of the sock that you're knitting, then there may be some pooling and flashing that comes along. So they're not the same as the stripes that West Yorkshire Spinners have produced before. So you can see there's a little bit that goes along there, and then there's a bit more that goes along here on the sole of the jazz one. But actually, that's lovely.
It's gorgeous.
I really like the way that
it's almost like
does
tiger
that.
stripes.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
And, now, I'm not always a big fan of pooling and flashing, but I really like the way it works in this yarn.
Oh yeah. What can you show us, Christine? I'm excited to see your demos.
Okay, I can show you the heel.
That would be awesome.
So, what I thought I would talk about today is the heel flap and doing the heel turn and then picking up the stitches here, because I know that the heel tends to be the thing that puts people off knitting socks in the first place, because you'll look at it and then it turns 90 degrees and people say, oh, I can't do that. Yeah. But actually, it's when you think about it being in 2 halves, so the back half is the heel and then the front half is the foot, and you're only ever working on this bit, then it's not actually as hard as you think it is.
Everyone always says, "Oh, turning the heel." I would say, "Well, I don't get it. I don't get it."
That's it. So my what I say to people is just follow the pattern. Trust the magic. It works. Don't overthink it. Don't read it too much in the beginning. So So I've got my little bit of sock here that here's my stitch markers that I've started to work on, and this is another ColourLab yarn. It's just not a sock yarn.
Sure.
So I've got my little bit of cuff, and then my little bit of sock, and then my top of the foot stitches here are just safe. They're not going anywhere. They're just safe on my short circular, so I've just left them there. And I've worked the heel flap because I'm ready to do the heel turn. But what I've done with the heel flap here, so that you can see, is I've done it with two stitches, or two types of stitches. So it is heel stitch, but I've slipped these stitches purlwise, and I've slipped these stitches knitwise, because one of the questions that I get asked is, does it really matter if you slip knitwise or purlwise? And if you're doing something with the convention is always to slip purlwise, so because that mounts the stitch on the needle the right way round. But I don't think it actually matters too much with a sock, and there's a slight difference when you look at it together. So the stitches slipped purlwise are raised, and they're very straight, and the stitches slipped knitwise, they've got a twist to them, and they're more blended into the fabric.
It seems a more blended fabric, whereas the slipped purlwise is much more sort of standing proud, isn't it?
Yeah, it's you can see the slipped purlwise much more easily, but when you look at it on the wrong side, then it really doesn't look much different. You've still got the slip stitches going across. You can tell that that's a bit flatter. Now that's the knit side compared to the purl side. But in terms of the fabric that you'd create and how cushiony it would be on your feet, then it really doesn't make any difference. So for someone who starts doing it one way and then thinks, oh, I've done it wrong, there's not a lot you can do wrong with a sock. It's
inside your boot.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And it's round the back.
Yes. So as long as you haven't dropped any stitches or lost any stitches along the way, then I really don't think that it matters too much. So I'm at the point now where I'm going to start the heel turn, and this is the point where it goes across the. I'm going to see if I can.
So you've been knitting in the round. The heel flap is the bit that's knitted flat, just back and forth.
Backwards and forwards.
Needles.
Yes, that's right. And then once you've done that, then the heel turn is this little triangle here, and it is only a little bit, but that's the bit that's going to make all the difference.
I love doing the heel turn.
I like the heel turn.
It always feels like a magic trick, because it's like I've just knitted an elbow. It's like a bend. It's a isn't it?
Yeah, that's
so clever.
That's exactly it. So there's a setup row, and the way that I write my patterns is the setup row is always on the purl side, and you might find that it's different with different designers' patterns, but it produces the same result in the end, so it doesn't really matter, I don't think. So I've slipped my first stitch, and then I'm going to work 12 stitches along, which is the number that I need to go along here. This is probably where I wish I knitted faster, but I don't. I knit this fast.
That's the pace you knit
2, 4,
at.
6, 8, 10, 12. Oh. Right. And the reason that it's 12 stitches is because I cast on 44, I've worked my heel flap on half the stitches, so that's 22. You slip the first stitch, and then you knit half the number, which would be 11 plus 1. But it's written in the pattern, the number's given in the pattern, you don't have to work it out for yourself.
So you're one stitch over the midpoint.
That's right. And then I'm going to purl the next 2 stitches together, purl 1, and these ones are actually mounted the wrong way because this is I've obviously unpicked it.
And then you've turned your work,
and then I've
so
turned.
right side facing.
So these stitches here, I've got 6 stitches, and I'm going to just keep them safe on this needle. I'm going to slip the first stitch again, and then I'm going to knit 5, because that's how many I need to do for the bottom of the heel flap. And I'm not quite where I should be. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, I'll just keep going anyway. So I'm going to knit two together. Hang on, I'm going to slip, knit that decrease so that they go that way, and then knit 1. Now this should be 6 because it should be even, but I've gone 1 too far over. So we will.
Do you want to pick it back?
Is that all right?
Yeah, of course it is. Absolutely. I can just remind you of all the gorgeous colours. Remember, there is pop. there's jazz, there's punk, there's rock, there's blues, and there's soul. But with every single ball of 150 grams, you get 75% British wool, all British wool, 25% nylon, which creates that perfect sock blend. That's enough yarn to make a full pair of socks, even up to a size 12. I've knitted socks for a size 12 foot out of one ball. Now you get your free pattern, written by Winwick Mum, Christine, and the perfect intro. If you've never knitted socks before, it's such a delightful and fun process.
It is.
It's so addictive. I was on the train once and Audley Harrison, the Olympic boxer, got on, and I was knitting socks, and he made the mistake, Christine, of saying to me, "What are you doing?" And I said, "Audley, sit yourself down." So we had half an hour together while I tried to teach him to knit socks.
Excellent.
I didn't get very far, but we did have a good laugh.
Oh, that's such a nice story.
But it was an opportunity.
Well, always got to educate people about socks. So, well, thank you for the opportunity to recount.
No
I'm all right again
now. It's really
now.
hard live on air. I've done knitting shows and it's awful, isn't it?
Right, I think I was right, but anyway, I've miscounted anyway, somewhere along the line. So I've slipped my first one, and I'm going to knit 5, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm going to slip, slip, knit, and then knit 1, and then so I've still got 7. I've still done something weird. Right, never mind. And then we go back again the other way. So we slip the first one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 this time, because we're adding in an extra stitch. Because we've gone one along. And then you know where you're up to because there's a gap.
Yes.
So you are going to purl 2 across the gap, and then purl 1. And then you slip that one again, and then this time you knit 7. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
And that's still one before the gap, isn't it?
Yes, that's right. And then you go across the gap again, and then 1. I've completely made a pig's ear of this. So I will do some nifty manoeuvring.
Okay.
And then I can, because I was going to show you how to pick up the stitches.
Oh yes,
so,
that'd be lovely.
So instead of continuing to make a dog's breakfast of the heel, we will fudge it. Fudging is an important part of sock knitting.
I think so.
So.
The thing I love about socks is it doesn't matter what happens with the rest of the size or shape of my body. The socks that I have knitted always fit me.
Yes,
Do you know what I mean?
I agree with that. I
I've
absolutely
knitted so many
agree
things
with
in the
that.
past that I haven't really been that happy with of the fit, but socks, they always fit. They're always a talking point. They're comfy. They're gorgeous.
They are. They're lovely. They're lovely. So I've done my slip stitch, and I'm going back along the stitches again.
Can you just show us the slip, slip, knit as well, please?
Yes, I will,
Because
yes.
this is the decrease on the knit side,
Yeah,
isn't
that's
it?
right. So I've stopped 1 stitch before the gap. So I slip 1 stitch knitwise,
Yeah,
and then the 2nd stitch purlwise,
yeah.
and then
Pick
I
them
put
both
them both up, and then I knit through the back of the stitch. Some people will slip the stitch knitwise and then slip the 2nd stitch knitwise. I was told that it sits flatter if you do the second one purlwise, so that's just always the way that I've done it.
And while you're here and I can ask the questions, why do you slip, slip, and then knit the 2 together? Why not just shove the needle in and just knit the 2 stitches together off the left-hand needle?
I think it's to do with you turning. If you were going to slip them both knitwise, then you could just knit the 2 together. But I think if you're turning them round, so if you're doing slipping 1 knitwise and then purlwise, then you're mounting the stitches differently on the needle. So that's why you take them off. And
so
then,
you have a nice sort of flatter finish. It just looks neater.
That's right. So again, with the sock, you don't necessarily. That's what it looks like.
Mm-hmm. This is the bit where I find just every time I do it, it's like a magic trick. You're starting to knit this bend.
Yes, there we go. My wonderful bend that's slightly, do you know, the number of people that post in my beginners Facebook group and they'll say, it's gone wrong and my heel's not right and it's all over. And the answer is always because you've not quite got your setup row right. So I've not got the setup row right today, and this is how you do it. So you just take it back, and you just take it back carefully, and then you do it again. And that's the difference between knitting and cutting material.
Yeah.
Is that if you do it wrong, you just take it back.
There's a way back.
And you do it again. So
the worst thing can happen is your heel slightly on the wonk. I mean, you should see my feet, Christine. Those would fit me perfectly.
Well, that I wouldn't let that would not pass my quality control there. So, but for the purposes of where I needed to be with the heel turn. So now you can see that it is. If I look at it this side where it looks about right, then you can see that it's gone in. So the V shape, the flat heel flap has gone in on the side.
And is that, Christine, is that the full, I mean, I know they're slightly off centre, but is that how many rows we're going to do the heel turn?
That's about it.
These are going to take next to no time to knit,
Next to no time.
aren't they, with DK? I mean, it normally takes me about 3 or 4 days per sock with
Yeah.
4 ply, and that's going at it, 3 days probably.
Yeah.
I reckon these could be like a sock a day.
So some people can do them that quickly.
Yeah.
There would be another couple of rows because there'd be an extra couple of
Yeah.
decreases going if I hadn't decided to.
For the purposes of television, I thought it was a fabulous demo.
Absolutely.
Right,
Well,
so
thank
next
you.
up.
So what I'm going to show you now, hopefully not getting it all completely wrong, is picking up the stitches down the side, because this is one of the things that some people really hate it, but it's only a tiny bit of your sock, really.
Mm-hmm.
So the reason that when you create the heel flap, then you slip the first stitch of the row. You slip as you start the knit row and you slip as you start the purl row. And the reason for that is it gives you a big V stitch here, and there's a row of them that go down the edge of your sock, and that's what you're going to pick up. So the question is, for lots of people, is what do I actually pick up? Do I pick up the front, or do I pick up the back, or do I pick up both of them? Because there's always a worry that you're going to get a hole that's down the side.
Yes.
So personally, I just pick up this front one, which then leaves the other side of the stitch to sort of create a selvage edge, if you like. And I'm going to use blue so that you can see what I'm doing here, rather than going with the yellow. So when you pick up the stitch, you put your needle into whatever part of the loop you want to. It really doesn't matter. You know, the pick-up stitch police are not going to come and shout at you, however you pick it up. And then you wrap the yarn round and pull it back through. And same with the next one. Wrap the yarn round.
So you're picking up every stitch along the edge?
Yes, every big V stitch. So that actually works out as 1 stitch for every 2 rows that you've knitted, because the big V stitch covers the knit row and the purl row.
Yes.
So you should find that there'll be half as many V stitches as there were rows that you've knitted.
Oh, it's a lovely finish. Now, Alison, I'm giving you a virtual hug. She says, I tried socks and failed at the heel flap. It's in a bag waiting for me to go back to it. Alison, it's no good in a bag. If nothing else, if you got to I would say, if you make a mistake, and that's the point where you want to put it in a bag and unpick the mistake first. And then if you want to put it in a bag, put it to one side, that's fine. But the reason why you never go back to it is because you didn't take out the mistake.
Yes, so as soon as you go back, then you
no
see
one
the
wants to
mistake
go
again.
back to a failure.
That's absolutely
but if you've
right.
taken that out and then you go and have your cup of tea and you scream into the darkness, then you'll want to go back to it.
Yes, I agree. And lifelines as well are really important. So
what's a lifeline?
A lifeline is when you put a piece of cotton, thin thread, dental floss, through your stitches. So I could put one here through my working stitches, and then that means that I could have put one at the end here, and then when I've gone wrong on my heel turn, I could have ripped my needle out, ripped all my yarn out in a big huff, and they wouldn't have gone any further because the lifeline would have stopped the stitches. So you can have as many of those in your sock as you want. So
you can put a lifeline in before perhaps a tricky bit you're not sure of, and then if you get it wrong, you can go back to the lifeline and you can't frog back any further.
You can't go any further. You can't drop any stitches.
Such a great tip.
So when I have picked up my stitches, where's my yarn? It's there. So when I've picked up my stitches, then what I always do is pick up an extra one here between the top of the heel flap and the top of the foot stitches. And you don't want to pick up, you do not want to pick up this loop here.
Right, you will get a hole.
Because you will get a hole. So what you're looking for is the leg of the stitch before, and that's the. Can you see how it pulls?
Tightens it.
Pulls it. So if you put your extra stitch in there, then it doesn't matter if you've got an extra stitch too many, or you think, you know, it's not as many as you had here, because you're going to decrease them with the gusset anyway. So, you know, 1 or 2 extra stitches really doesn't matter. Nobody is going to notice those. And when you come to pick up the stitches on the other side, it doesn't matter if there's 1 stitch out. They don't have to be absolutely the same, because again, you're going to just lose it in the gusset. If you've got 3 stitches out, or maybe 2 stitches, then I would go and recount, because you don't want to end up being too lopsided, or your gusset being a bit longer than it should be.
For sure.
And then once you've picked up the stitches, so because I'm using a short circular, I like to do this on double points, because it just spreads it all out. And I think the easiest thing when you've not knitted socks before is to give yourself as much space as you can. So once you're comfortable with it, lots of people like to do it all on the short circular needle, and there's no reason at all why you can't, but it does all get a bit cramped. So by the time you're here and you're working your decreases and you've pulled all this up from, and if you've got double points, then there's no need. So after that, then you're going to just continue back onto the stitches. So I bring round the loop of my short circular, and I go across the stitches at the top of the foot. Lots of needle clicking noises. It's a good sound, isn't it?
It's a lovely
needle
sound.
Click noise.
And I think anyone who fears double-pointed needles, I always remind them you're only ever knitting on 2. The other needles are just stitch holders.
Yes, you're right.
Aren't they? They're
you're
just
absolutely
dangling
right.
there.
But equally, if you wanted to do this with a magic loop, with a long circular, then you could do that, and that's quite easy, because you can pull it through to be for the working tip to be any size.
It's funny, isn't it, Christine? I mean, we're devotees. We're either team DPNs or we are team magic loop. There doesn't seem to be much crossover.
No, you're right. You're right, and the flexi flip things are just a version of DPNs, aren't they? Because people don't quite want to give those up. So you're right. I think it's probably the way that you were taught how to do it in the first place.
Or the way you taught yourself. I learned just watching videos on the internet, and actually physically doing it, and I'm totally addicted to sock knitting.
It gets you like that.
Oh, it really does. It really does. When I get in the zone, that is all I want to do. That is all I want to knit. How long have you been knitting, Christine?
I learnt to knit when I was probably about 5. My nan taught me, and then there were gaps when I was a teenager when crochet was faster, so I did that instead, and then I went back to knitting again, and that's just what I like to do. But
one question I want to ask, actually, while you mention crochet, can we use the DK sock yarn to crochet socks? Because I saw some nice patterns actually over the weekend at Stitches for crocheting socks. Will the colour still look good in a crochet sock?
To be perfectly honest, I don't know, because I haven't seen a crocheted sock, but I don't see why not, because the colours are the way that they are. You'll still get all the colours coming through the stitches, because crochet stitches are thicker, aren't they, than knitting stitches? So I know that sometimes it doesn't work the same with stripes, But with these variegated yarns, I don't see why it shouldn't still look lovely.
So if you're a crocheter, this yarn is still good. You
Yeah.
could also use this yarn to create granny squares. I think it would look so funky, so cool in those colour combos.
Yes, it would, and if you were knitting squares for blankets, then big squares maybe mixed with a plainer border. These would look great. And,
Yeah, they would.
So I've come across the top of my stitches now. Got my stitch marker so that I know where my stitches have started. So this is going to be where one of my decreases is later, and I'm going to pick up the first leg of the stitch again. So not this loop in the gap,
Right.
but the leg of the stitch in between.
So that's effectively the extra stitch that you're picking up on
That's
top
right.
of the ones the pattern says.
Yes, that's right. And then you can see the V stitches again. And so it really doesn't matter which one you pick up, and I'll show you what it looks like in a minute. But at this point, I'm back on my circular needle, and then this is the start. This is another question that some people get a bit stuck on sometimes. Is at what point do you go back onto your short circular if you've taken if you've taken your stitches off to do something else on a different type of needle? And for me, it's as fast as possible. So once I've finished with the heel stitches, and I'm picking them up again, then I'm back onto the short circular as fast as I can.
So do you use a short circular for your sock knitting mostly? Do you?
Yeah.
I've never used it. I've never used one.
Yeah, I remember when I bought my first one, the lady who sold it to me said it will revolutionise your knitting, and I was like, well, absolutely has, because it's those round and round circles.
I just need to try.
Well, and there are but there are so many different types as well. So there and different lengths, and they just don't suit some people because you can feel that you're in like this with tiny
T-Rex arms.
Yeah, tiny tips. So I like.
I beg your pardon. Love it.
So these are 7 centimetre tips, and this is a 30 centimetre needle, which is what I like. But then they get smaller. But as well as the cable getting smaller, so a 25 centimetre needle will have a smaller cable, but then the tips are 6 centimetres, and a 23 centimetre or 9-inch needle will have 5 centimetre tips, apart from the Sock Wonder type, which has one this size, and then a tiny 5 centimetre one. And some people absolutely love them, but I just like these big ones. I don't have a problem with them.
You've got to pick your poison or your medicine.
Absolutely.
Now, just to let you know, Soul has sold out.
Wow.
Rock is in danger. I've only got 8 balls of rock. 18 of those in baskets. Now, this one is Jasmine. How many are we doing? Okay, we're okay. We've got 30 of the jazz. That's all right. The blues, the gorgeous blues. 13. Oh, that's in danger too. 18 in baskets. Punk. This is one to make for the grandies. Oh, 23. Interesting. You know, there's no resistance to colour, is there? I love this about our knitting and crochet community. Whereas some people in the world are afraid of colour, our knitters, our crocheters are not afraid of colour.
No, and particularly with socks, I think the number of people that I know that have to wear a sombre uniform at work, but you just look at their socks and they'll whoa,
it's a really good
fantastic.
point. It's a really good point.
So finally, having got all the way back round to my first needle, I just thought I would show you that this is what it looks like when you've picked up the stitches.
It's really smart.
So it's this bit here that people worry about, and for me, I've got the extra line that's back there, but I don't have a problem with I just don't have a problem with holes, and whichever way you can do it, so that you're comfortable with it, then just do it. So whichever loop or both loops, then just pick that up or even try working them along and then have a look, give it a pull, see what you think. And if you don't like it, then take it back and try it a different way. But the other thing to remember is that once your socks have been knitted, could I have sole, please? That's a bit easier.
Yeah. Oh, beg your pardon.
Sole's a bit easier to see,
Yes.
isn't it? So once they've been been knitted, because this is where I've picked up here, is that you can't see it. And so when you've washed and worn them a few times, then those holes that are there that you might worry about when you're knitting your sock, they just disappear. And a good way to make sure that they don't pull is to make sure that your feet are long enough. Because quite often people are so keen to get onto the toes that they don't give themselves quite enough space here. So I would always say, try your sock on, make sure you're standing up, because then that pushes your foot right out to the proper size of your foot, and then measure back from the top of your big toe. And sometimes just give yourself an extra couple of rounds, because after a few years, I've found that any sock yarn that I've knitted with, the socks tend to shrink in just a little bit.
Tighten up a little
yeah,
bit,
so
don't they?
just adding an extra couple of rounds in will make the difference, and you won't find that after a few years you've said, oh, they've shrunk in the wash, because it is just what happens.
And in terms of the washability of the yarn, by the way, they are they machine washable?
They are machine washable.
Music to my ears. Machine washable.
What I would say, so my experience with washing in the machine is that I'm happy to do it. I'll put it in. I always put my socks in a laundry bag. I wash them on a wool wash, and I only let them spin once, and I'll take them out while they're still quite wet, and then reshape them, because I think it's the spin that really does the damage. So people can throw them in, and people I know have thrown them in on a 40-degree wash, and they've come out fine. But a 40-degree wash often has a higher spin. So if you don't want to hand wash them, then I would personally say put them in on a wool wash, and just try and be conscious about the spin speed as well.
And can I ask your opinion? This is a little controversial, and I'm sticking my neck out here. I always say with hand knit with wool socks, you absolutely do not need to wash them after every wear. It's not a one and done.
No, I don't.
I wear my socks for several days.
I wear my socks twice before I wash them, and I swap feet, because I've got pokey toes, so I swap feet so that I'm not putting the toe through the same point.
Nice, nice. Fabulous. Love that. Love that. Brill, that's the bit that everyone fears.
Yeah, and it's not that scary. I mean, you know, hopefully everybody else is going to do it right, as opposed to my fudged bit there. But it's not that difficult, and you can see that once you've been all the way round, then you'd knit these stitches back again, and then that's where you would work your first decrease here. So if I was just to quickly take these back down here.
So this is your first decrease.
So this is my first gusset row. There's a bit more yarn there. So you'd knit 3 stitches before the end, knit 2 together, knit 1, put that in there, and then that's when I would put my next stitch marker on as well. The pattern says to put the stitch marker on here, but some people can do it. I find that they always fly off, so I tend to end up putting this one on first, and then I go back to this one, and then this is across the top of the foot stitches, and I'm just going to...
So these don't get decreased at all?
No. So if I stop here, then let me move those out of the way. Then you can see my 2 there. You can see my 2 stitch markers there, and that's where the decreases is going to be. And then this bit here is the top of the foot, and you always want to be decreasing on this longer part here, because that's the bit that you want to pull in so that it's the same size as this one.
Yeah, so they end up like triangles.
Yeah, So certainly in the beginning, then I would always say to have 2 markers, and then you know exactly where it is that you're decreasing. Once you're an expert at socks, then you know you can experiment with all kinds of things.
You know where they are.
Yeah, people find their own techniques and their own styles, but in the beginning, just make it as easy for yourself as you possibly can. Have all the markers, and you'll be fine.
Yeah, I think for me one of the key things is understanding the anatomy of a sock. It's not a word I use with knitting generally, but when you understand where things are and what they're doing, it all makes sense.
It does make sense, and this is the only bit really that takes a bit of thought, because once you've cast on and then you're just going round and round and round, and even
Yeah.
back here now we're going round and round all the way to the toes. But I would just say don't overthink it. You're still working on the same stitches, you're using the same yarn, and if you just follow the pattern, then everybody gets that, oh, it's magic moment.
It really is
just
magic.
works.
And they're wonderful things to own and wear and gift as well. You understand why socks as a Christmas gift are actually one of the most wonderful things you can give at
Yeah,
Christmas.
there's no
aren't
joke
they?
about
For
hand-knitted
Father's
socks
Day.
for Christmas. They're fantastic.
They are. They're wonderful. Now, remember, there are a few colours left. Should we quickly run through them, Ben? Okay, we've got, in my hands, we have got, this is pop.
Punk.
Pop.
Oh, pop.
This is
oh, yes,
pop.
that's punk.
Pop, I've got 9 left. 17 in baskets, be quick. I've got blues. That's sold out. I've got punk. £10.95 for 150 grams plus free pattern. 20 left, 23 in baskets. And then I have got pop. Jazz. 19 left, 22 in baskets. They're all going to sell out. I just want you to get yours. And then rock, I have literally got 2 left. 2 left. If you want some sock blockers, by the way, not just for when you finish your socks, but each time you wash them to get them back into shape, we've got the Knit Pro sock blockers on the website. We will run those through. Well worth getting, actually. Just make sure you get an appropriate size for the socks you're going to knit. Amazing. Let's have a look at tomorrow's menu before I say goodbye to you all and to Christine. Okay, so tomorrow, it's starting off at 8 a.m. with Crafter's Companion Leap Year Deals with Leanne Chivers. That continues at 9, 10 and 11. And then at 12 o'clock, we finish off the morning with Quilt Kits You'll Love. That's the fastest menu I've ever done. Christine, a.k.a. Winwick Mum, not Winwick at all, Stuart. Thank you so much for today.
It's been lovely. Thank you.
Have a
Thank you
safe
for
journey
having me.
home.
Thank you very much.
And thank you for demystifying socks. See you soon.